Meowdy meowdy, everybody. What's up? Happy
Meowdy.
Friday, motherfuckers. Happy Friday. Oh my god,
Hey,
it's
hey,
Friday.
everypony.
Looking forward to the weekend.
We are 1 week as of this recording from the 15th anniversary of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic
Holy shit.
debuting on television.
Historical
1 week.
event.
It really is, and I feel like I'm the only one who's been talking about it. Or like keeping track of the fact that that's about to happen. I guess it's just because for me, I'm like, I can't, like, I was already a full ass adult when that happened. So
Yeah.
to me, it's like, wow, I can't believe I've been an adult for 15 years already. That feels like a long time. At least by the sound of it.
Yeah. I'm already feeling elderly. Entering my late
Decrepit.
20s. Not mid 20s
Hi, I'm
anymore, the late
Lilith.
20s.
Says, hello, the friends. Hello, hi, I'm Lilith.
Ahoy, matey.
I like your, I don't know what kind of creature that is. It's almost like a possum, but it's not.
That is a possum. Lilith is a possum.
That's a possum? Okay,
Yeah.
you know Lilith.
Yeah, I know Lilith.
Okay.
Meow.
Sarah says in penis chat posting come. Hello, posting come.
Come which?
And Z Cypher says meow.
Meow.
Simon says beat this game yesterday. Very fun and weird game.
Hell yeah.
How does it feel to have inspired someone to have beat this game because of you? Like, you literally, Simon had not played this ever and has beat the whole game in the time that we've been streaming it.
Oh, I'm glad. That makes me immensely happy. I fucking love this game. I think this is one of the most meaningful games I've ever played, for sure. Happy to spread the love.
Speak on that.
Speak on that.
I'm doing a rhyme kickflips. I don't know if y'all have noticed, but she shitty kickflips, if you will. She says, "Speak on that." That's like her thing. She goes,
Just say that.
"Speak on that."
She also says yayifications. Instead of yay, she says yayifications. I am...
Interesting. I hadn't clocked that. I guess I didn't notice. I noticed. Speak on that.
Okay, thank
Sure,
you.
she got it from somewhere, but I have no idea where it comes from. So from my mind, it's from rhyme.
Yeah, same. I feel like yayifications is probably some, like, old internet
It sounds like
slang
something
that I
Pinkie
missed.
Pie would say. Definitely not old internet slang, because I would know it if that was the case. Like,
Okay.
I mean, it kind of could. It's like in the same realm, but I don't remember that specifically ever being something that people said, unless it was in like one community I wasn't a part of or something. But
Now I want to ask her, I'm like, did you make that up, or like, like, did she invent
I've
that
definitely never
catchphrase, or did she steal it somewhere? I need to know.
just let it be hers. I don't need to know. I don't need. She could have it. You know, whoever made it wasn't famous enough, so they could fucking. Unless it's a really interesting story, I guess. If she's like, well, actually, I learned it from this fucking ancient guru, and he died penniless, and I've been waiting to tell his tale. No one ever asked. You know, but
Rhyme
this place
kickflip.
looks crazy. This place looks fucking awesome.
Oh,
by
yeah,
the
no.
way.
This is one of the most daunting parts of the game.
Wait, look down. Look at the face thing. That was the crazy. What is that? What's going on there?
It's like a
That's
cube.
some H.R. Geiger shit right there.
Yeah, it's just like a cube floating in the air. Yeah. Is what it
That's
is.
straight up. It's like something Geiger would draw. Like
Geiger. H.R. Geiger.
Geiger, off the Geiger counter. Sarah Louise says, "Time to chili. I'm making chili. That sounds delicious.
No.
Make that shit spicy as fuck. Make it too spicy. Make it so spicy you're like, I don't want to eat that, but I'm going to because I already made it.
How does the
And then
fucking
you'll
song
Be
go?
like full of regret, but your taste buds will be burned, which is a good thing, maybe? Question mark. Petrichor Lives has finally catching one live. Meow meow. Give me. We need a meow, Corona. I know you're distracted by the game, but there we go. Hell yeah. I am Lilith says we need more famous people. Definitely, we don't have enough. I honestly, I'm a little bit inclined to agree, actually.
Yeah.
Because there's too much. Well, okay, the focus tends to go to the really famous people. Like, not enough people are dedicated to growing things that they personally like. And what I mean by that is, like, I watch a lot of hip-hop channels especially, and like, if something happens with one of like the big names in the industry, everybody's gonna talk on it, even if they don't really like listen to that dude in the first place. They're just seeing it as like big news. But then there's like smaller artists that they will never make a video about because they're thinking, oh, I'm not gonna get the views. And it's like, well, that artist is also never going to get the views until people start talking about them. And like, yeah, this time it won't get the views, but 2 years from now, when like they've grown because of the fact that so many people were talking about them, like they might even appreciate the fact that you were one of the first people doing it, you know. Like, you got to be thinking about it in investment terms. Like, talk about stuff that you, if you really care about it, make sure people know about it, and they know that you care about it, because like, either you're going to regret never having said anything when that person like dies young and penniless, or you're going to regret never having said anything when they become like super famous and everyone knows and loves them, and you're like, well, I knew them first, and like, you didn't say shit though, like, you know. It's where I will not stop talking about Cleo Reed and her album Country, Cuntry. It's the best album that's come out this year, and not that many people are talking about it, but the ones who, the few people who are acknowledging it are all like incredibly talented musicians that like have all, you know, put her on a roster type shit. It's like, out of the fucking 2,000 people that have heard this album, you know, 100 of them are like people who are probably like the greatest musicians of all time, you know, and who are like, oh yeah, I co-signed this. So I'm just saying, if you want to be ahead of the curve, if you want to be in on something before it's cool, before people are like, oh, this she's a legend, you know, listen to Country by Cleo Reed. Zink says seeing model/actress tonight. That's awesome. Another great band. I know Chrona's not very musically plugged in, so she has no idea what we're talking about right now, but
Nope.
Model Actress is a neat band. They make very like stressed gay dance music. That's the best way I could describe it. Sounds like shit that would be in like a vampire movie, but extra gay.
I'm gay.
Me too. I like the music in this temple.
Yes.
Lilith said you need to get the child mask.
No.
Just that earlier. And also that Stone Temple is very hard.
Stone Temple is definitely the most difficult dungeon in the game, but it's no problem for me because I'm a real gamer.
C-Cypher said, I got off work and cleaned for like an hour. I'm ready for the weekend. Unfortunately, I have bad news. Everybody's working for the weekend. Probably gonna do some work. Although the kind of work I do is fun, so maybe it's not the same.
It is funny how making YouTube videos kinda is like, it's one of the more difficult jobs I've ever attempted to do. But it's also the most satisfying and the most fun by far. Like,
It's one
beyond
of those
reason.
things where you can like talk about the difficulties of it all day, and people are still just going to be jealous of the fact that you can do it. Like, which is kind of silly. Like, I'm not jealous of the fact that like strong people can like build a road or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's just a job that exists and some people can do it, and like it's tough. And there's something about, like, I guess just because people want attention, they assume that like getting attention is automatically glamorous, and it's like, ask a hot girl. Getting attention all the time is not glamorous. Like it's there's a lot of bad that comes with that, you know. Like you have to be really good at capitalizing on it. Lilith also said meow 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 meow.
Meow meow. Meow meow meow.
Sarah says internet says yayification is a reference to an indie RPG called Reciteer, which would scam for rhyme. Reciteer is a masterpiece that I have been wanting to beat for a long time, and it does scan for her. I would not be surprised if she's played that game, although I've never heard her reference it.
She is a JRPG girly for sure.
See, that game is. I need to beat Reciteer because I'm really hoping it will teach me how to live in capitalism. Because the motto of that game is capitalism ho. Because basically the game is about a young girl whose parents die and they owed like a massive debt, and so she has to inherit their store and try to pay off all their debt and maybe net some profit in the course of like running the store. And so in order to make the store work, she has to go down into the dungeons and gather the merchandise and then sell it. And basically your ability to market, like, you know, to figure out what are the right prices to sell to people is like the main challenge of the game. And even though the game's fucking adorable and really funny, like, it was really foreboding to me as like, if I fail this, it means I'm an idiot and I'll never succeed. But actually I've already failed it by not just playing it. So also I accidentally just now pulled one of the, like, my pants string. I pulled it super far, pulling one end into the pants, which is really hard to get out.
Yeah.
And now I'm full of regret. I don't know why I absent-mindedly did that.
Tragedy.
Upset.
Just a bunch of zombies up there.
Zink said, I was listening to the last stream while driving, so I wanted to thank you two for the every person is a lolcow takes, as that genuinely put me at ease. It's true though. Like, everyone's a lolcow to somebody, you know. If you're public enough, right? Like, there has to be enough people knowing who you are for someone to laugh at you. But it also doesn't have to be a shared thing, right? Like, a lot of people, like, if I think someone's a lolcow in my mind, I'm an inward laugher. And by that I mean, I might find something funny and I don't laugh, and that doesn't mean it was not funny. Like a lot of reviewers will be like, it even made me laugh, and I never laugh. And I'm like, some shit's funny and doesn't make you laugh. Like, but you remember it. Like, you know, I have like a log of, like, sometimes I hear something and I have to think about it for a second. So it doesn't make me laugh because I didn't, like, guffaw. But then I think about it and I'm like, wow, that was fucking clever. Like, that's really funny, you know? And then it stays in my brain.
Yeah, kind of like that sketch that you showed me on that Netflix show where they did the Baby of the Year competition. That was peak comedy. That was the height.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Tabby Lee Fubbins! Piece of shit.
No, Tubby Lee Fubbins was the good one. It's Bart Harley Jarvis.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
It's amazing you remembered one of their names actually correctly, just the wrong context.
Well, I had to show it to Josh.
Oh, God. That's so funny. Fucking... Yeah, anybody who hasn't seen I Think You Should Leave, marathon it. It's 3 seasons. It's on Netflix. It's like 10, 12 episodes a season.
It's so
really
funny.
Really fucking good. Episode 1 has the Baby of the Year sketch, which is where they're doing like it's like a stage show where I don't know the name of the actor, but he's singing, he's like doing like a sing and dance like opening for this Baby of the Year where he's like, look at their cheeks, look at their heads, like, and like the way they judge Baby of the Year is like they've got doctors coming out and talking about like what percentile the size of their head is in and all this shit. And like, but one of the 3 babies, Bart Harley Jarvis, he's like the bad boy supposedly. He's wearing like a do-rag, and the audience really hates him. And they're literally like, "I hope you fucking die, Bart Harley Jarvis!" And it's just like, it'll cut straight from a person saying that to just a baby, like just sitting there.
Regular baby, and the host is like, "Get them out of here!"
Yeah. Oh my God.
My favorite part of that sketch was when it started up and Bird like leaned his head back and went, "Oh, it's like the worst one," and you were like, "No, this is the best one."
I think what he really means, because I don't think he dislikes that sketch. That is the one that like turns people away. Like if you don't like that one, that show's not for you.
Yeah.
You know, like it's either gonna make or break the show. Because me and Bird have shown that show to a bunch of people because it's both of our favorite, and like he'll just casually put on the sketches all the fucking time, like his maybe top 10, 20 favorites. You know, he'll just throw them on.
Incredible.
So I've seen a lot of them a lot of times. But like that's one he probably hasn't rewatched that much, but because it's in the first episode, every time you try to show somebody the show, they're gonna see that sketch, and it's either one of the funniest or like total whiff, you know, based on whether you think people screaming about how they want a baby to die is funny. Like that's the core of it to me. Is I hope you fucking die, Bart Harley Jarvis. A woman like runs in with a gun, and the host is like, "She's trying to kill Jarvis! Get her!" And, like the security has to tackle her, while she's like firing into the air. And the doctor's like, "Jarvis has the most aggressive head slope I've ever seen." On Fucking, it's unbelievable. Holy shit!
It's like measuring the quality of a baby is already funny enough on its own.
There's a lot of layers to that one for sure. I could definitely write a 20-minute analysis. I'm not going to, but I could.
Oh my god.
C Cypher said, "I always recommend my favorite comics. I'm trying to trick people into reading them, and I sub to Patreons." I think even better than recommending stuff to people is just like talking about it past them all the time. Like if you have someone else who likes the thing, and you know the third person doesn't know the thing, just like have a ton of fun talking about it in front of them until they're like, "I have to see this," because like fucking, because if you just tell them watch it, they're gonna be like, "All right, whatever. I already have 30 things I want to watch." But if you and somebody who has seen it, or even just go on about it, just don't shut up. Just never shut up about it. Just be like, until the point that they're like, "I don't understand you. You won't stop talking about this thing." And it's like, well, I guess that means you have to watch it then. That's kind of how you got me with Dragon Quest. You were just like so insistent that like, "Nah, Dragon Quest," and I was like, "Well, it is Dragon Quest. Like, how could I not?" You know, like.
It's my autism spreading. It's just I am the autism magnet. It's how it works. I'll get you invested in my journey.
Eggy Dine asked, "Would you kiss yourself if you could clone yourself?" Are we talking
Yes.
about like
Yes.
like
1,000 times yes.
Okay, so we're assuming it's just like you just materialize an exact you into the room, right?
Yeah, like kind of like Shadow Clone Jutsu, but like real.
No, I think we'd fight to the death right away.
Oh, you're no fun. Why would you do such a thing?
That's hilarious.
You thinking
I
of like
don't
that
think-
fucking movie?
No, I think if legitimately, if a clone of me appeared in front of me, I would be very happy, but they would disappear into the night and we'd never see each other again. Like,
Jesus
like the point of
Christ.
their existence would be that we do something totally like, you know, like, or I would disappear. Like if a clone of me appeared and they were like, "Let me do your life for you," I'd just be like, "All right, I guess you're me now, and I'm gonna go do something else." But like one of us has to go, you know. And do the other thing the other one wasn't gonna do, basically.
Nah, my clone and I would be vibing for sure. It would be. I already thought about this and like worked out a whole system. It'd be like we would like take turns going to work, so we would only have to work like half as much as we do.
What work? No.
What do you mean? I have a day job. It sucks.
Stop doing that.
What? What do you mean? Having a clone would be like a fucking cheat code. Would be awesome.
There's an episode of My Little Pony about this, and the funny thing is that it's the first one that I ever wrote about that like started my channel. But the video's not up anymore because it got terminated by Hasbro. But Uh, Too Many Pinkie Pies is episode either, I think it's episode 3 of season 3. It's either 2 or 3 of season 3. Um, but I wrote a blog post about it and adapted that as soon as I bought a microphone, and that's what started my channel. But like, it's about Pinkie Pie finds a like pond, I think, that when she jumps in it, it clones her. And so she can, you know, be all things to all people at all times. And by the end of the episode, there's 80 Pinkie Pies, and it's never enough. Like, the answer is you'll never stop wanting to clone yourself, but each clone is just going to want to do what the other clone's doing. Like, the FOMO's never going to go... FOMO's not conquerable, you know? You have to just be happy with what you are doing. You can't be worried about what you're not doing. That's the only way you can
sense it's just
truly
a skill issue.
Maybe that's true. Pinkie Pie is a kids show character. Maybe an adult show character could have figured it out.
I am a kids show character. I would lose my mind just as Pinkie Pie did.
Lilith asked if you think the mass transformation is so painful that Link can't get used to it.
Yes. I mean, the screaming would indicate that it hurts like hell every time.
Which makes it really funny when you just switch back and forth, like, casually.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops, I put on the wrong one. Let me... It's actually just mind torment, not even physical.
Yeah. It's a lot like in the Jim Carrey movie, The Mask. Like, every time he takes the mask on and off, it's like a fucking shitstorm. Oh no.
D-Cypher said, I want money for my art more than attention for it. That is exactly the right attitude. Money is only... I mean, attention is only valuable in as much as it brings in the money. Like... If you need that much attention, it means that there's not people in your personal life giving you enough attention. Like, you know, like there's... Which is fine. It might be because you're a very unique person and there's not enough attention that regular people, you know, can give you. But, like, you know, if your main motivation is the attention, it's like, maybe you need therapy. Like, you know, more than you need to be famous. I really have to pee. I'm gonna go do that.
Good. I like what Sarah said in the chat. That's all really smart, but like sex with yourself. See, that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm glad we're on the same page about this. Is it narcissistic to want to commit self-cest? I bet I have to kill these things. That one's not alive. That one's not alive. Are you alive? That one's alive. That one's alive. Yeah. That did it. Think Ben is behind you. Oh no. Oh no, not the spooky, creepy pasta. Benjamin is drowning. Not my own type, unfortunately. I mean, it's not like I don't like look at myself in the mirror and think like, oh yeah, you're so hot. It's more just like, I don't know, just having like a physical partner who knows exactly what you're into and how to deliver on it is pretty appealing to me. Cause like, I don't know, that's like the worst part about sex is having to like communicate with the other person. It's like, oh, you know, it would be really hot, this thing. They're like, oh, you mean this thing? And you're like, well, kind of like that, but more like this. And then they try it that way, and then it's like, it's not quite it. You have to like, it's like directing a movie. Now in this scene, you're going to be standing here, and you're going to move your arm up and down at this rhythm. What do you talk about when you both think the same? I don't know. I mean... No, that's a fair point. Probably get intensely bored of talking to myself. What the hell? We'll put these mines here. Ugh, cringe. Just by virtue of being two separate entities, I think your thoughts could be unique enough to make for fun convos. Potentially. Meow.
Look at meow.
Fucking meow.
I'm scrolling back through the chat to read more of it.
I was talking about what it would be like to have a clone and then have sex with that clone.
Sarah said, I definitely consider some of the YouTubers I watch lolcows at this point, and I'm trying to think if there's anybody I watch that I feel that way about.
Me?
No, you're not a lolcow. Your content's always been, like, legitimately good. You haven't made anything, like, regrettable and insane, at least in my opinion.
Maybe a little
It's like-
insane, but not regrettable.
I think the main thing that makes someone look like a lolcow, it's not like what they think or say, it's like how in control they seem. You know? Like, the types of
True.
people who like watching lolcows, they like watching them because they're doing something publicly that type of person tends to probably also do, just not publicly. But because they don't do it publicly, they view it as like that there's like that's a lesser fall. Does that make sense? Like it's one thing to have like had a manic episode and maybe screamed at your friends or something. It's another thing to have done that on a live stream.
Yeah.
And like I think that the kinds of people who are the most invested in lolcows have usually had those kinds of experiences, just not in front of people. And so when they see people do it in front of people, they're like, oh, this person's even worse off than me. This person makes me feel better about myself, you know? And like, I think there's an extent to which, like, art itself is crashing out in a managed fashion. And like, legitimately, any form of expression is going to be cringe to somebody. Like, there's some people who just think like opening your mouth at all is cringe, you know? Like, real G's move in silence like lasagna. If you say anything, you're not truly gangsta. And I agree with that. I get the logic. But, you know, I like art. I like when people are cringe. I like when people are honest and say some shit that, like, maybe they shouldn't have said, but other people are like, oh, well, I wish I could have said that. So, you know, that's why it means so much to me that somebody did say it, because, like, I wanted to, but you actually did, you know? Hey, creepy son.
Of course, that's the last one I tried.
But yeah, I think everyone is going to be somebody's little cow, but I don't tend to watch channels purely out of like, oh, let's see what this fucking idiot has to say, like, because it tends to be that it might be funny to laugh at them, like, with company. I guess maybe it's something I could do with friends, but not alone, you know? It's one thing to be like, look at this fucking guy, you know, because then you're kind of like making sure somebody else understands what is cringe and that it's not just like you, you know? But if you're just like watching something to be like, yeah, fuck this nerd, you know, then it's like, I don't know, that's a little bit... You could be watching something edifying that makes you feel smarter and better, you know?
I feel like like I have a different approach to that kind of feeling where like I don't just watch like cringe stuff for the sake of cringing at it. It's more like I don't know, like I am
How do I avoid this?
I am fascinated by people who are like uniquely autistic and present it like shamelessly online. But I'm not in a sense of like I'm going to like laugh at this person, but more like I want to kind of support them. Like I don't know, I do it with love in a way. Like
What
it's
do you consider cringe personally? Like, what is cringe to you? What is
well, like,
something you've seen recently that made you actually cringe, if anything?
when I think of like stuff that's like cringe, I think of cringe as like a more negative connotation than what like I'm talking about. Because what I'm talking about is more of like a fascination and like a relatability. Like I think to my like I see like a YouTuber by the name of like Sonic Mobian saying where I'm like, huh, if I was just a bit more autistic, I could be this guy. Interesting. And
I know what you're talking about. This is how there was this one YouTuber that Devu was like really into and expressed kind of the same thing. And I remember whenever I would watch the videos, my take was this is too autistic for me to understand, like legitimately. But I got why, like it was 2 steps removed from me. And so I got why if you were 1 step autism removed from me, then you would be like ideating that type of content in the same way that I kind of ideate what Devu does, you know, of like, oh, you know, this is what I would do if I was that one, you know. But like, I also think I kind of regret saying that because that was kind of a mean. Well, I don't know. I'm not trying to categorize anybody by their autism or anything. Like, I know I've broken down the levels or whatever, but like, it's just like, I think that there is stuff that is more like commonplace to be into and stuff that's less commonplace to be into. And if you're into something that's less commonplace or your take is less commonplace, that looks cringe. But I think being confident in what you're saying is cool. Like, so like I'm sure that person you're describing, neither one of us actually thinks is cringe. You're thinking of it more like, oh well, society would cringe at this.
yeah, exactly.
But like, I don't think that's not what cringe means though. Like cringe means I cringed at this. You know, like
when I think
Nancy
of
Mace is the most cringe human being alive. Like, I seriously try to get through something Nancy Mace has done without cringing. Anyone, any one of you, you've probably never heard of her. Go look her up. Try to get through literally anything she's ever said without cringing. You can't. Have you ever heard of her? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, sounds familiar.
If I said J.K. Rowling, would that hit with you?
I mean, she is definitely cringe.
She says, like, everything she says these days makes you cringe, right?
Yeah. Either makes me cringe or just makes me roll my eyes and go, ugh. So the fucking woman child wrote this.
So imagine if J.K. Rowling was, like, way more violent and anti-trans. And also had never written anything anybody cared about. And also was a politician.
Okay.
Running for office. That's Nancy Mace. Like, she's a woman from, like, North or South Carolina. I don't remember which. She's, like, a representative or something. And her whole platform is, like, hating trans people, but in such a transparently, like, fake and grifty way that it's, like, really disgusting. Like, watching her talk. Imagine if, like, Sarah Palin was a parody of Sarah Palin. Like, it's, like, that level of, like, you're not real. Like, nothing you say is something you believe. It's what you think your constituency, like, she basically just says whatever is the most extreme sounding thing, and she doesn't sound real saying it. She sounds like she's saying it because she thinks, oh, the extreme people are gonna love this, you know? Like, that's her attitude every time she opens her mouth. Just the worst human I've ever seen in my life. Like, the absolute, at least the worst woman. I don't know if she's the worst. Men have done a lot of bad things. It's hard for me to imagine a woman even, like, having the opportunity to do something as evil as what a man has done. But Nancy Mace might be the most evil woman I've ever seen in my life that is not J.K. Rowling.
It's funny when I think of cringe, like, there's different kinds of cringe. Like, there's like empathetic cringe where, I don't know, like you see like you're watching a comedy or something where a character is about to be horribly embarrassed and you like feel for them and you're like, oh god, like that's so fucking embarrassing. And then there's the like I'm looking down at you cringe where it's like, I don't know, like the person you're describing where it's like this is just like a piece of shit who has no self-awareness and is an idiot and like confidently thinks they're not an idiot, and it's like you look at them and you're
No,
like,
Nancy Mace is definitely self-aware.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry if you were not talking about if you didn't mean her, but she's like
Not hers.
absolutely doing it on purpose. But
I see.
like she's like you can see it in her face. Like she looks like somebody who's thinking like, oh, this is really gonna make the transphobes like, you know, mad, you know, like in a good way. Like you can see how like it's cooking in her mind. Like she chooses the most violent language she can every time she speaks. Like
see.
I'm serious. She's like a parody of a bad politician. She talks like somebody from a novel, like a dystopian novel. Like and she's real. So it's like it's pretty scary.
My god.
Yeah, she's the worst politician. I'm hoping, like, every time I watch a clip of her, I think, well, somebody this ridiculous can't have a long career, and then I think, well, she can. Like, it's dependent on people agreeing that this is ridiculous that she doesn't, and I don't know that everyone agrees that this is ridiculous, you know, so it is definitely frightful to me. Lilith said, I think you should leave skit is the I don't know how to drive skit, which is very, very good. My favorite, though, is Ghost Tour. Me and Bird have watched Ghost Tour like 24 times. It's basically just a sketch about being like a regular autistic person moving to society, but in the funniest context I've ever seen. It's really, really, really good.
I have the perfect example to describe the brand of cringe I'm talking about. It's like
okay.
when a grown adult who has all their mental faculties during like the pandemic or whatever is asked politely to wear a mask in the subway, not the subway train, like the restaurant subway, and then upon being asked to wear a mask, the person then says to the teenager working the counter, oh, well, I'm allowed to take it off when I eat, right? And then the teenager goes, what? Just like a tremendously annoying and awkward interaction.
That is a good example of cringe, yeah.
That example comes from my dad. My dad is a fucking, like, he embodies cringe. His entire life is a cringe. It's like, I don't know. Being like incredulous at the teenager working the counter. Oh, God, that shit
Yeah, it
makes me
sounds
wanna
like
die.
your dad's like trying too hard to be funny all the time.
Or
And
just like any boomer going to like a fucking grocery store and then being told like, store policy, can you put a mask on? Then they like throw a temper tantrum over and go, I can't breathe, when like they can breathe just fine. Like that shit's the worst.
I really think that like it's a unique generational thing maybe, but like if you were born or rather, if you were born before the 80s, yeah. Like, if you're born before the 80s, so you were, like, a teenager in the 80s or earlier, it seems like the expectation for, like, guys was that they would just be wisecracking constantly.
Yeah.
Like your whole life was just gonna be you making, like, little cracky jokes and the people going, ah, yeah, I see what you're doing, you know, and, like... And then, like... They raised the next generation in a completely different way, and they're surprised when we don't have like the same sense of humor. And it's like, y'all did this. Like, I don't know what you expected. Like,
Yeah.
you were like, don't be like us. Ah, you're not like us. Oh, well, you told us not to. Okay, so.
Yeah, Gen Z doesn't have any zingers. We're all gonna be the old people walking around the workplace looking at our phones. Fucking ancient elderly person says to you, working harder, hardly working. And then like 30-year-old Gen Z just goes like, what?
Ghost Tour
Excuse
is
me.
the horse cock one, Sarah. Yeah.
Alright, here we go. Time to work my magic. Time for the big secret of this dungeon.
Out of the wall and like jizz a huge load.
B, are you ready for this?
Probably. Are you about to fucking activate the universe? Oh, everything's upside down!
That's the secret of this dungeon. It flips upside down. I remember being like 10 years old watching my brother play this, and this was such like a mind fuck to both of us. I remember like telling him that just be careful not to fall into the sky, and he just laughed. It was like, fall into the sky. Okay. I will be careful.
Terrifying.
Now this big giant open ceiling here in the first room suddenly is very treacherous. Yes.
I couldn't decide if I wanted to address the whole clone conversation, but I don't think I do. This place looks crazy.
Yeah.
I don't remember this at all. I remembered that other area. I don't remember this.
Yeah. This is the last and most difficult dungeon. It's pretty complex as far as Zelda dungeons go.
I guess I had thought that last area was the dungeon, and this is like a whole new thing to me. This is very Breath of the Wild, like Sky Monster dungeon type shit.
Can I get up there somehow? What the fuck?
I like how they use like because there's like a separate texture for the borders of the thing, but they like join all the way on certain pathways just to make it feel even more treacherous than it even is. You know, like oh, the borders are overlapping. It's like his feet very easily fit. Like it's not a hard walk. It just looks hard. Look at it. Oh, coming all the way in.
I feel like I might have missed something. Is there another chest that I'm not able to see?
What you leave. She openly slurs on the house floor talking about Nancy Mace. She openly slurs constantly. She says tranny like every fucking day on Twitter in a video. That bitch is a problem. I don't know, like, if not more people are just aware of her. I literally opened up Instagram today, just like one of the random trans girls I follow on Instagram was talking, like, had a clip about how Nancy Mace had just, like, harassed her apropos of nothing on Twitter recently. Which, I mean, if you're trans, I don't know why the fuck you're on Twitter, first of all. But, like... I was just like, damn, she does no rest for the wicked. Like, Nancy Mace be up bullying trans people fucking 24/7.
I feel like
I don't know what, like, it's one of those things where it's just like, I don't know how you deal with, like, truly awful people like that. Like, what do you say or do that make, like, because I look at her and I'm like, how are you allowed to, like, exist? You're like... How can you be such a, like, hateful mongrel and you're just allowed to do that, you know? Like, in the government. Like, it's one thing when you're just, like, some douchebag with a podcast. She's, like, an actual fucking state representative. Like, a person who has the power to vote and make decisions in what things are happening. And, like...
Simid is telling me I did it wrong and I'm supposed to go back. Okay. So I was
Maybe Space says I'd be up kissing trans people 24/7. That's the right way to live, probably.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Yeah, don't make me move the other block.
I haven't kissed anywhere near enough trans people, I'm suddenly realizing. Like, it actually seems like I'm like statistically sad. I'm like, damn, my fucking numbers are not good.
It's not so much about numbers for me as the quality of the smooch.
True. That's true. That's very fair. That's very true.
The body count is a thing for the heteros to worry about.
That's true. There's nothing more fucking
So
heterosexual than capitalism and vice versa.
Yeah. That said, I don't think, let me rack my brain for a second. Nah, I've never smooched any trans people on the moose. Done forehead kisses and cheek kisses, but not like mouth kisses.
Does it count if it's not like passionate, but just like a cutesy thing?
Oh yeah, I guess that. I don't know.
Every trans person should be kisses, says Lilith. I'm in heavy agreement.
Yes, for sure.
As long as we don't end up spreading mono. I saw this clip on Instagram that was like Anime Expo be popping off, and it was like some really hot chick walking around with a sign that says like I kiss girls, and like literally every other hot girl that passed by her was stopping to make out with her, and I was like, on the one hand, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. On the other hand, mono, which I'm pretty sure spreads by kissing. Just saying, be careful out there. All those biblicals, I'm very convinced that like most of the biblical stories were like the reason they exist is because STDs are actually really bad, and like a lot of the sexual liberation we're experiencing in modern society is because we dealt with that stuff. Like if we hadn't medically made it like so much more possible for sex to be safe, then like we wouldn't be nearly as sex positive socially as we are. But you actually can protect yourself in a way that you couldn't do most of society. So I really think most of the Bible was like, hey, everybody fucked in this town so much that they all died. Like that probably actually did happen multiple times throughout history. Like STDs are serious.
Where do I go?
But like take it as like a moral thing, but like the moralism was just a way of making you feel the fear of the actualism, which is the medical condition.
Yeah, I went through the door. There's a big block here. I can't go here.
Simon said you have to do all 3 blocks. I don't know what that means. That lady now has polio and she's in an iron lung, says Lilith. About the woman kissing at Anime Expo. I'm glad to know somebody else has a similar algorithm to me on Instagram. Someone else is just watching so many lesbian clips all day that they see every lesbian thing that happens in fucking society. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah is more about not being a douche.
What the fuck?
I'm just saying, Sodom and Gomorrah wasn't the only one, right? Wasn't there like another... I know there was one of them where they were all fucking. What's the one where they like fucked the angels? Like the angels showed up to deal with shit and just like got orgied on.
I'm not familiar with that one.
I watched what's the one where the woman turns into a pillar of salt?
I don't fucking remember, goddammit.
It's like there's a town and everyone, I think it's the one with Lot. Like, it's like a guy lives in this town and everyone's fucking constantly, and then these 2 angels come down and they tell the one guy like, hey, you're God's, like, you're the only person in this place who actually cares about God. Like, we gotta fix this town. Or no, he just warns him. He's like, the angels tell him like, hey, God's gonna fuck this place. You need to get out of here with your family and don't look back or you'll die. And like, so him and his family are fleeing the town, and the wife looks back and she immediately turns into, quote, a pillar of salt. Like a Colosseum pillar, like, of salt. It seems kind of weird of a thing to do to somebody. But anyway, yeah, the guy, as faithful as he was in God, it still cost him his wife. Also, like, everyone in town tries to fuck the angels that show up. I only know about this because of a Brad Neely video making fun of it, but Mayday says that is Sodom and Gomorrah. I think that story ends with the 2 daughters drugging and raping their father until he impregnates them. That does happen. That's in the Bible.
You know, the Bible's pretty
How
fucked
else
up.
are you gonna repopulate? I mean, it's the only thing that makes. Then you go on Pornhub and every single video is like stepdaughter. You're like, okay, I see what's happening here. Bible did this.
My favorite Bible story is the Book of Job, because that's the one where there's this guy named Job who's like a really good boy and loves God, and then Satan comes
God
up.
just like fucks up everything for him, right?
Yeah, well, like it's because Satan comes up to God and is like, "Hey, I bet you that guy only likes you because you give him so much cool stuff, and if you took his cool stuff away, he wouldn't like you anymore." And God's like, "Want to bet?" And then he just fucking tortures the shit out of the guy, like kills his family, kills his crops, kills his animals and everything, covers him in boils and leprosy, and then he's like, and then Job is like, "I still like you, God. It's okay." And then he like doubles down and like fucks him up even harder. And then he's like, "It's okay, God. I have faith in you. I understand." And then because he's such a good boy, God is like, "And now I'm going to reward you with a new family, a better family, and better animals and a bigger house." And that's the
sick.
story of Job.
So he does win out.
Yeah.
And what a weird, like, what? Okay, so because it's a God, we know that God is fully capable to give him a wife that he will legitimately love more than the first wife. But how surreal must that be? Like, there has to be all these nights where he wakes up and he's just like, it's so weird, you know, I loved my first wife, but I just love you so much more. Like, God really is great. That she's just, yeah, he is. And, like, that's how they go to bed. And, like, that's surreal.
It's so deranged. I just like the story of, like, "Oh, will you still love me if I torture the shit out of you?" And the guy just, like, gives a thumbs up, like, mm-hmm. Many people, I have talked to people who told me
I've
they
been to an
can...
S&M club, but no, I haven't. But I wish I had.
I've talked to
It was
people
a
who-
funny joke to say I had, but
Wait, what?
I said I've been to an S&M club, and then I said no, I haven't. But
Yeah, no, I've talked to people who said that the Book of Job was what caused them to convert to Christianity after being an atheist their whole life, and I find that fascinating.
that is weird as fuck.
Yeah. Like, it's just so inspiring, and I'm like, no, it's fucking weird.
In what way?
Like, what the hell? Can you use light arrows on that sun? Oh, god damn it, I'm so fucking stupid. Yes, that's what I'm supposed to do.
It's not like
I did not mentally
believing
process.
God isn't like a difficult thing. Like, I don't know. People are like, I don't understand. Like, whenever people talk about, like, I don't understand how God could be real because why would a God do all this cruelty? I'm like, what if he's just a cruel God? Like, that's not hard to understand at all. Like, acting like, oh, this is a test of faith. It's like, you could just be like, wow, God really fucking has it out for me. God really hates me. Like, plenty of people think that. So
Yeah.
it's not some huge test of faith to be like, we're going to take everything from you and you're never going to blame God. Like, or rather, you're never going to doubt God. It's like, no, I just think God doesn't like me or likes me in a very strange way I'm never going to understand.
Listen,
but like,
B, listen. If you grew up going to church, they tell you all the time that God is unequivocally good and that he loves everybody. So it's like the reason why people have a hard time getting their heads around it is because they literally they hammer it into your head that, like, oh no, he's not a bad God, he doesn't hate you, that's impossible. They like beat it into your skull.
God is an awesome God. That song fucking Devu put me on to this fucking techno remix of that song once that is just like the hottest shit in the world. It's like, our God is an awesome God, he reigns from heaven above. And you're just like, holy shit, I'm gonna fucking go to war with another religion right now.
I mean, that song is better than
Crusades
most.
Part 2, baby, let's fucking go.
It's not this, like, there's plenty of like Jesus music that sounds pretty good. I was mostly subjected to the bad stuff growing up. My dad would take me to church, and then the church music would be like, be like 4 people on the stage with the drums and the guitar and everything, and there'd be that guy singing, and he's like it's all slow, and he's like, "Oh, I love you, Jesus," and it'd go on for like a fucking eternity. I'd be like, and they're like, "I need everybody to stand up for this part," and I'm like, "No, God, I don't want to stand up. I'm already so bored. Now my knees hurt on top of being bored." Church sucked.
Glad I didn't have that experience.
Yeah, you're the lucky one.
Krona, did you ever have to listen to K-Love in the car? Asks Mayday for Space, or any Christian radio station.
I don't know about radio station, but when I was younger, like maybe like in my early 20s, late teens, my dad married this lady because, you know, he wanted to marry her because she's a real Christian like me. And she went to like a weird fucking mega church where people like speak in tongues and shit. And real Christian. And this lady, she fucking every day in the shower, early in the morning, like while I was trying to get ready for work or whatever, I would hear her listening to some like hot, stinky garbage. Like she would listen to the same pastor every day. And for a long time, I was convinced that the pastor was a woman, but then saw like a video of him, and I was like, oh no, interesting. But yeah, I was just like one of those
one of those egg type preachers.
Yeah, it was just upsetting because I'd wake up in the morning to the sound of it, like every day I could hear it clear as day in the shower, which is in the bathroom just down the hall from my bedroom, so I could hear the fucking. And you ask yourself, when you look in the mirror every day, and what do you see looking back at you? You see Jesus, you see the Lord, and He loves you. And I'm like, shut the fuck, please, die. Oh my God, this voice is awful. It's like grating, it's bursting my eardrums. It's just the worst.
Guilty Gonk said The Devil Wears Prada is technically a Christian rock band. I don't know that band. But does a Christian rock band have to, like, is it only Christian rock if they're singing about Christian stuff? Or if they're just Christians themselves?
I think it has to be Christian themed to count.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the aesthetic. Like,
sorry,
I just wanted to say I can't get over, like, people who weren't raised in a religious environment can just be like, oh, whatever, you know, it's interesting. But for me, it's like the aesthetics of Christianity are so fucking like tired and hacky and fucking like lame. It's always weird as fuck to me when someone's like, oh, I find this interesting. I'm like, why? That's like the most boring shit on the planet.
I don't find this interesting in that sense of, like, it is awful. Like, the Christian aesthetic is like the worst. Like, I almost called it gayest, but it's the opposite of gayest. Like, the, you know, just the, we need a new, because, like, for me growing up, calling something gay was like the highest insult. But now that I am gay, I don't know how to insult something in a meaningful way. How do you call something bad without insulting anyone?
I've been wanting to normalize the term straight fag. I know it's like 4chan lingo or whatever, but it's too good.
Fucking straight fag. Yeah. Oh boy.
Just need like more slurs for hetero people. Breeders doesn't feel mean enough.
No, I don't dislike them for the fact that they breed. That's not a problem to me, but that's a different type of an edgelord from me. The type who is upset about that. There
we go.
How did you somehow make Imagine Dragons even worse? Oh, Imagine Dragons is Mormon, said Mayday from space. You could tell they're not. Imagine Dragons is Mormon, and you could tell, but they're not Mormon rock, said Mayday. I get what you mean. Like, I don't think the Killers are Mormon, but they are from that background. Like, they're from Utah, from like a Mormon place, you know. And like you could like, if you know that, you're like, okay, I can see how that is, but I can also see why you are now the like Vegas residential band, you know, like left Utah, went to Vegas, became pop stars, but like there's still that like little bit of Americana Utah left down there somewhere.
Well,
yeah, Mormons are crazy, but you know,
Mormons frighten me.
it was mostly just one family for a really long time. Like it was just Brigham Young and his descendants that basically like throughout the 1800s just populated a bunch of the United States that nobody was in. Like straight up, like Utah is just a really hard place to live. Like it was really hard to make trails through, you know, before we had highways and shit. Like it was not easy to traverse Utah. So like basically the Mormons just found all of the places that like were livable, established settlements there, and all the settlements that worked they kept. And like their methodology was just have as many kids as possible. Like your kids are going to be your, you know, they're going to be the ones who go out and spread the thing. So it was just mostly like 3 generations of Brigham Young's family that like really spread not just Mormonism but civilization through that part of America. Like the reason anyone is in Utah is because Mormons went there. It wasn't like Mormons took over something that was there. They just like established colonies so that they could have their own power base outside of. I'm sure they thought they were going to one day become the most mainstream religion and overthrow the U.S. government. I'm sure they thought that. I'm 100% sure they thought that in the 1800s, but you know, instead, eventually Salt Lake City became like a big, huge liberal city, and that's the reason people are still in Utah. Aside from that, a lot of it's really gorgeous. It's not like a super livable place. Love to be there though. One of my favorite places to be in. When a black Mormon dies, they're turned white in heaven? What the fuck? That's insane.
That is part of the Mormon lore, that is true. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Mormons are fucked up.
The way Charlie Kirk's neck did that when he went to Utah. Oh yeah, that did happen in Utah.
Oh yeah,
That was a crazy clip.
I've been telling Josh that, you know, like, when George Floyd was murdered, a bunch of the, like, crazy right-wingers were, like, just straight up lying and just being like, no, he died of a drug overdose because he was a junkie. I said we should just start doing that to them with, like, Charlie Kirk. Just be like, no, his neck exploded because of fentanyl. He was, like, a fentanyl. Like, just make shit up to piss them off. Because you can't take people like that seriously. They're trying to, like, mandate
I don't think that would
grief.
work, but I get where you're coming from.
It's just a troll.
Having seen it,
Not like a serious political movement. I just think it would be a funny thing to say.
see who you can piss off with it.
Because they, you know, they're doing the whole insincere, like, acting like they cared about the guy because he died.
Yeah.
You know, like, mandating that you grieve for him or else you're a horrible person. It's like, no.
Yeah,
Just
people
no.
losing their jobs over shit they said about it is, like, crazy.
He did not matter. His value as a human being is not significant. I would not grieve for him any more than I would grieve for, like, a friend of my friend's racist uncle. Like, oh, your uncle died? Okay. Damn. And then I forgot about it.
Friend of my friend's uncle. I don't care if he's racist. I'm probably not going to care about him.
Yeah.
Unless I met the guy and really liked him, but...
Well, if he was a cool uncle, I might feign caring. I might be like, oh man, that sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. Might care for the sake of your friend.
If I didn't know your uncle and he was racist, I double don't care, you know? It's like, oh, he died, like, interesting. It's not.
Listen, I still can't believe all this over some shitty podcaster that no one knows. I had heard of him. It's not like I never heard of the guy. But it was one of those where I was like, Okay, so I'm not sure, but I think Charlie Kirk actually invented the thing that Steven Crowder is known for. You do
Oh,
know what I mean? So like, do you know who Steven Crowder is?
yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah,
You say of course.
I'm an avid watcher of Louder with Crowder. I'm like his biggest fan. Yeah.
Did you know who Charlie Kirk was before he died?
I only knew who Charlie Kirk was. This is so stupid. So I told you that like I only knew about Asmongold for like hearing about how stinky and gross he is. Like, and I was like, is that like what he's famous for? Is being like gross? It's like in the same sense as like Charlie Kirk. The only thing I knew him for was having a tiny face. Because a friend of mine sent me this
He
website.
does have a
This website where it's like a photo of his head, and there's a little slider you can use to change the size of his face. That's the only thing I knew him for. Literally, my friend texted me like, "Oh, did you hear Charlie Kirk got shot?" And I was like, "Who?" She's like, "Oh, the guy with the little face." Okay.
Dick Masterson's also known for having a tiny face, but Charlie Kirk was giving him a run for his money in that regard. He was truly a tiny-faced man.
It's true.
Yeah, I had heard of them both, but like when Charlie Kirk died, I was like, I'm not sure how much of what I know about that guy is actually me thinking of Steven Crowder. Because Steven Crowder's thing was that he would like sit at a desk that says like change my mind, and he'd be like holding the mug, and that was like the meme was him sitting at the desk and it says change my mind. And that was Steven Crowder, but I think Charlie Kirk like invented that bit and then Crowder just took it and ran with it or something. That's what I've been told anyway. I'm like, because every time I ask somebody, like, what was Charlie Kirk known for? They're like, oh, he did the bit where he went to colleges and said, change my mind. And I'm like, I literally thought that was Steven Crowder's thing. But, like, when he died, he's literally sitting under a giant fucking tent that says, like, prove me wrong on it. I'm like, bruh, like, what do you think's gonna happen if you sit in front of like 50,000 people saying the most inflammatory thing you could think of with a sign over you that says prove me wrong? Like,
it's the same logic as
what other way is there to prove you wrong if you're not going to take an argument as an answer? Like,
it's the same logic as like the Nixon tapes. Bro just thought he was untouchable. It's just an ego problem.
it happens a lot in it's a theme that comes up in the movies by the Wachowskis, where like someone who thinks they're really powerful will threaten somebody else and be like, so this happens. Their first movie is called Bound, and it's about lesbians, and it's really good. And then also in the movie Cloud Atlas, there's a similar scene. Both of them were like a rich, powerful person has a gun pointed at them, and they just walk up to the gun. And they're like, you wouldn't do that. You're too much of a pussy. And then, of course, they get shot and killed. And it's like, yeah, I don't know why you think that that's not what would happen. Like, but yeah, it's like you said, they think they have some kind of special power. Like, they think they're some kind of, like, Jedi because they have money and power. So that means why wouldn't people just listen to them? And it's like, okay, that works until somebody just decides to actually fuck you, though. You know, like... which is why, like... On the one hand, like, if we were going to take it as like, because sometimes some people have been like, Charlie Kirk deserved to get shot because of the stuff he was saying, and I'm like, nobody should be shot for what they're saying. That sucks. Like, the coolest thing about America is the idea that like you can't get killed for what you say. That is the coolest thing we've got going on, is that you can say shit. But like, it's not real. Like, just because the government says that you can say whatever you want doesn't mean that other people say that. Like, the government says that if somebody shoots you for saying what you want, that person goes to prison. They don't say that it's impossible for you to get shot for saying what you want. So, like, you do have to think about it, right? Like, being protected by the government doesn't mean you're protected in all... Like, what if the government's not there? You know, what if there's not a government man standing there protecting you, like making sure you're okay? To me, it's just like, you should look at this kind of thing as a wake-up call of like, yeah, free speech is a law. It's not a law of the universe. It's a law of the United States government, which is limited to like a number of people who work for it and are willing to actually put forth effort to enforce it. It's not like going to protect you physically, you know?
Yeah.
should. You ideally, you know, the fact that it's there should hopefully convince people that they want that, and they're like, oh, I agree with the system I live in. But if people don't think the system they live in is generally good, they're not going to follow its rules, obviously.
I am very okay with him being dead. This dungeon is
Lilith, I'll
hard.
say, I hate that phrase, like freedom of speech, not freedom from consequences. I hate that phrase specifically because on a legal level, freedom of speech does mean freedom from consequences of speech legally. But like, yeah, the consequences of saying it in front of like, I mean, I would want people to not think, like, I don't want people to walk through life thinking that other people should not be allowed to say what they want to say because, like, oh, well, obviously you're going to face the consequences. I think that should be more of, like, something you say. It's kind of like saying it can't be helped, right? Like, well, obviously there are bad people, and you should account for bad people in the way that you act, you know? But, like, also you should be living towards the ideal of, like, not... Like reducing the number of bad people, making it harder for bad people to exist, you know? Like, I think it is important to celebrate freedom of speech, but when we say, like, you know, but be ready for the consequences, like, I don't think that you should say that to scare people out of saying what they want to say, but you should say it to be like, you know, maybe, like, think about the fact that, like, I really think Charlie Kirk had to know he was going to get shot, right? Like, you don't just say that kind of shit not thinking. Like, the air that he had about him, to me, that guy's whole atmosphere is gambling. Like, he was a guy who was gambling on his life because it's exciting. It's exciting and fun to hear, like, 50,000 people react to you at a time. And it was happening literally seconds before he died. Like, the last guy who talked to him, this dude said... the last question he was asked was, how many trans shooters have there been in the last 5 years or whatever, or 10 years or something? And Charlie Kirk goes, too many. You know, like, he thought he was Master Chief. Like, he's literally doling out one-liners and, like, trying to, like, be awesome. Like, the whole crowd goes like, whoa, you know, and, like, that's what he was there for. He was there to feel that vibration of people going, oh, you know. But it's like, if you really say shit that you know makes people really mad, like, yeah, you do gotta be ready for them to get really mad, you know? And, like, the government should be protecting you from that. But it's not capable. It's not fully capable, you know? Like, there's only so much it can really do to actually protect you. So, like, I think what that dude was doing was legitimately very ballsy. But, you know, ballsiness leads to death sometimes. It's like doing parkour. It's like, yeah, that looks impressive, but you might fall into a fucking chasm and die, you know? That's why I stopped being edgy as a personality. At some point I realized, like, oh, they'll kill you. Like, they will just kill you. You better really believe what you're fucking saying. I don't think Charlie really believed what he was saying. I think he was addicted to adrenaline.
And money.
Just based on the way he acted. And money, yeah. But I mean, you can make money so many ways, you know? You could just fucking play the stock market and make money if that's all you care about. But he wanted the thrill of being in a place where a bunch of people are like both for and against him. Because it's easy to put a crowd together that just loves what you're saying, you know? Like, go to a convention and be into a nerdy thing and tell them what they want to hear about the nerdy thing. You win. You will have adulation, you know? Like, adulation's easy to come by. That dude wanted it to be contentious. He wanted the boos and the yays, that weird danger feeling, you know? Otherwise, you wouldn't do something like that.
Yeah, I was talking about the shooting, some other gay YouTubers in a Discord server somewhere, and because they're not American, their response to my thoughts on the topic were just like how like strange it is, like like as Americans we are so desensitized to gun violence that like this shit just happens, and we can be like, oh yeah, violence as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the video and it didn't. I don't know. I've seen
No, it
far
definitely
worse
hit with
videos.
me. I've seen it in my mind's eye a few hundred times and seeing it. Like, I could very easily recall exactly what it looked like.
I can too, and like it's never, it's not fun to watch. It's not like I still watched a man die, even if I thought he was like not a good person. I'm like, ew, like that was unpleasant. But like,
My feeling was there, but for the grace of God go I.
I'll just say I felt the feeling much, much more potently when I saw it happening to innocent people in other more graphic videos. Yeah. Yeah, you remember the fucking subreddit?
My expression was literally, "Whoa!" That's exactly how I reacted to watching the video.
I think my reaction was more like, "Oh, that's a lot of blood."
It was great. I've never seen someone look so dead so fast from being shot in the neck.
That was the really haunting part, yeah.
Very clear that he was dead immediately.
It was fucked, yeah. Do you remember the subreddit "Watch People Die" when that was a thing?
I do. Oh, I have to fucking piss too bad to keep talking. I'll be right back.
Damn. No, I looked at r/watch people die one time out of morbid curiosity, and that one time was all it took. It's just like a few different videos that like weren't too graphic. It was just like, oh my god, like processing the like, I just saw a person die for real just now. Huh. Like just kind of grappling with that. And then I saw one that was like, it was like a high-def super slow-mo video of someone getting shot in the head, and that was it for me. I was just like, I wanted to barf. Like, it was bad. It was really bad. It's like chills all over my body, and I'm like, I'm never looking at this again. It's one thing when it happens in movies and I know it's all fake. I cannot fucking handle seeing bad stuff like that happen to real human beings. It's so gross. A lot of people in Mexico who are desensitized to gun violence and violence in general. Yeah, I mean, like, in America, it's not like, I don't know. Like, it's not like it's a problem unique to us. It's just, it's something that comes up in conversation a lot because we are, like, the gun country. We are my freedom. It's my God-given right. It's like in our Constitution, one of your foundational rights is guns. Equal to your ability to express yourself freely and practice or not practice a religion to your liking. Equal to that is guns. We have unhinged policies. Yeah, stream getting a little too real. I wish the world was better too. It's okay though. We will heal the world together. Jumping into this giant magic butthole. I don't know what I'm looking at right now. I don't know if I should wait for B to get back for her to witness this boss fight. Oh wait, there she is. See, Cypher says I dozed off for 10 minutes a bit ago and woke up to Mormons and this. Talk about death and murder.
Fucking Mormons.
So I got the boss key. Now I'm about to face the boss of this dungeon. I also got a funny little magical item here. This is the Giant's Mask. This is a very fun toy that can only be used in this boss arena and nowhere else.
A fucking pool of jizz. Oh, you're already at the boss? Holy shit. Oh, it's Dune! Also, it's Volvagia, but there's two.
Much bigger. Oh dear
I do
God.
actually remember this, but like, I didn't see it coming. Weirdly, I didn't really remember him having 3 eyes either. Reawakening ancient memories.
Holy shit,
Lama
that's so
Ui
cute.
says, I don't think it's just Americans that are desensitized to gun violence. I'm from Mexico, and here there are a lot of people desensitized to gun violence and violence in general. For sure. It's definitely a country by country. Like, Europeans don't understand it. Europeans don't have the gun violence. It's an America thing. And when I think America, I include Mexico, Canada, South America. It's all America. We're literally all in America. We are USians. We're not... I know USians like to call themselves Americans. We're USians.
Alright, put on the mask, fuck it.
But we're all fucking Americans.
And now biggest link. Do I have to take the mask off to pick up the fucking... Where the magic jar is at? Oh my fucking god, get out of my way. Fucking worm. Replace the Second Amendment with the creature.
That was fucking quick. God damn. Oh, okay. I thought you were done. I was like, shit.
My god, I'm just trying to pick up some fucking magic jars. Fuck
Can I please
off.
vote Lilith for president and not hurt your feelings? What? No, I'll give you a free funny creature. Anything Lilith promises, I'll promise double. Vote for me, goddammit.
Where the fuck is it? There it is.
I'm so close. I'm gonna be eligible to be president next year. So if Trump and Vance both die in some kind of like awful accident, and they're like, we have to hold an impromptu vote, new president right now, and it just so happens that it's after my birthday next year, then I get to be in the running. Make me president. I will have had nothing to do with any of that. Also, just saying for the FBI, and I'm not. No. I'm just saying. I'm just talking about speculations. All right. Lilith says I'm gonna be the money president. Everybody gets $1 million. Well, when I'm president, only billionaires are gonna pay taxes, and everyone else is gonna be on UBI. So. It sounds like kind of the same thing. My plan is just normalize the profits. Because functionally Americans should all be considered rich. Like we should all, compared to the rest of the world, every American is rich. The problem is that only some of us live rich. And the ones who live rich are living like tremendously rich. They're not living like a normal amount of rich that you and I would imagine. They're living a kind of rich that like could make us also rich, but they don't want that. We could literally all be living as rich as we imagine living rich to be.
Oh, I did it.
If the people living extra rich pass their rich down, the government can make them. We got the most force. What is this mask you got on?
I like how
That's
you
the
didn't
stone?
like perceive at any point that I have been growing huge to fight these things.
Is that what you're doing? I didn't notice that at all.
The Giant's Mask
That's hilarious.
only
No, I
works
did
in
not
this
realize you were big.
boss room. It does not work anywhere else in the game, just in this one location.
And there's
uses
no
up magic.
point, because what is even the context? Like, you don't even feel super big here, because it's just a big open nothingness.
Exactly.
Alright, well, whatever.
It's pretty funny. Can never
Reminds
use
me
that
of
again. It's garbage.
That
Garbage
part,
mask.
this really is like Psychonauts. Like that part where you turn into a kaiju and you have a kaiju fight in a guy's mind.
Oh yeah, the fucking blowfish.
You think there will be free and fair
Hilarious.
elections? Fill them out as the zinc. When was the last free and fair election you fucking remember? What are you talking about? You're behind. Like, if you think that Trump is like a new thing and not just a symptom of the problem there already was, you haven't looked into the history enough. Like, it's the same shit. It's always been the same shit.
Yeah.
Well, we've helped all of you.
The only... Like, Trump is basically Reagan too. It's just this time we have climate change to worry about. That's the real, like, world-ending factor. Everything else about this is not a world-ending factor. It's been like this before.
All we can do. All us. That's what they're saying. Without being told, we understand. So now you'll help us out in exchange. We'll call you from atop the clock tower, so do something about him, alright?
Yes.
What? Their voices sound sad. You don't want to?
Very sad.
Forgive your friend. Forgive our friend? What do you mean by forgive? Huh? What friend?
Oh gee,
I'm
I
convinced
wonder.
that the translating whales scenes from Finding Nemo were influenced by this game.
Oh, I'm freeing the land of its curse. It's no longer the land of the dead. All the spirits
have
are
you
going
seen-
home.
Have you seen Finding Nemo?
Oh, of course. We talked about that before. 'Cause I'm the same age as Shade, so we both had the experience of watching Finding Nemo on repeat when we were little kids.
You know what I mean. When Dory's like,
You just cut out.
when Dory is translating the whales,
Oh, yeah.
it's like the same thing.
Yes, Lilith, I'm going to get all the masks. The game shall not end
I wonder
here.
if I cut out because of the fucking. There was like a motorcycle going by while I was talking. I wonder if that made me cut out. Have I been cutting out a lot or anything?
No, I think that was the first time tonight.
Okay.
I assumed maybe you were doing the whale noise, and that was why Discord, like, cut it out or something.
Lilith said, B, I will give you a apple juice, will you vote for me now? Tempting as that is, I can just, once I'm president, order apple juice to my desk at any time.
Destroyed with facts and logic.
I'm the queen of being president, alright? I'm like the champion of presidentiality. If you look up a book of presidents, you'll see that the first is Washington and the number 1 is Beatrice. The Golden Witch.
Now thinking about what to do next. Because, like, the final boss fight is accessible right now, but I want to get the rest of the masks first.
Lilith said, what if I farted really badly in the Oval Office and it stunk up the whole house? What then? That would be tough. That would be tough.
I could
But
do
I've
that.
got this spray. I've got one of these sprays that, like, eliminates odor. Like, it just eats it. I don't know how the fuck it works, but you literally spray it and it, like, consumes odor. Like, the way that a Metroid eats an X-parasite, it does that to odor.
Jesus. We need that for the Josh farts. Josh
If you
farts,
have
it's
ever
like
played a
nuclear waste
Metroid
dump.
game, please, in the chat, let us know. Let me know You don't have to tell me which one. Just yes or no. Have I ever played a Metroid game? I want to know. It's important.
Are you gonna be getting more heart pieces? I don't know. Do I really need more?
I'm seeing almost all yes. Everybody's played Metroid.
Nice. Metroid.
This bodes
Prime,
well for me.
cute. I heckin' love Metroids.
I'm gonna confess something on a slight level.
Oh.
Because I've been working on multiple projects at the same time. One of them is the huge Dragon Quest video you and
Yes.
I have. Huge!
Biggest.
And in the meantime, I've actually been working on several other projects, but I've kind of been trying to figure out which one is like the one, you know? Like which one's gonna be the next one that I make a big deal out of.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be about Metroid. I'm not gonna say more than that yet here on this, because there's no point. There'd be no meaning to me saying more than that. I'm just saying I got a huge Metroid project coming soon. Corona has like read a little bit of the script of it.
Yeah. It's good shit.
But
You've,
not the
you've
whole
had your
thing.
nose to the grindstone in the time that I spent being depressed and or streaming Sonic the Hedgehog content. It's like every time, like poke at you, being like, "Hey B, we're streaming tonight. Are you ready?" And you're like, "Oh yeah, sorry. I was just so busy writing this script that I forgot we were doing."
Streams, yeah, I was like, the last stream we did, I was like, it was like, I had thought about the fact that we were streaming, and then I like started working on writing part of this Metroid thing, and then got like really involved for like 3 straight hours. And then you messaged me, and I was like, "Oh my god! Like, I can't believe that much time's passed already."
This happens every time I edit a video. Editing just makes time disappear, like being in
It
another
definitely
universe.
Yeah, as long as you don't like have that moment where you get like, because as soon as you get like sick of it, you'll kind of wake up from it. And you'll be like, what time is it? 4, or I'm gonna do something, you know. But like, if you're really involved, really engaged, and like not looking at the clock, then yeah, the time just goes. That was one of those days, but yeah, big Metroid project coming up. Mayday says I'm playing Zero Mission and it's a lot of fun. I just got the Brinstar map and Morph Ball bombs. Hell yeah.
Zero Mission is so
Probably
good.
puts you like an hour in, maybe, I'm thinking.
I
The
love
Morph Ball.
that Zero Mission is so short that if you just know where to go, you can beat it in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's like a perfect game to just be like, I want to play a game tonight, but I don't want to be like committed.
Probably less than 1 hour if you're like super good at it.
Oh yeah.
Because I know the original game, 1 hour, under 1 hour was the like, the best ending or whatever. I think Zero Mission changed it to be 2 hours. But they also added more shit into the game, so.
Oh yeah, I got another funny new gizmo today. I don't know if you saw that I had like mail ordered a copy of Sonic and Knuckles, and now I have like the 4 classic Sonic games on my Genesis. That's
Amazing.
super cool. Fucking locked those cartridges together, and I've been having a blast. But just today, I got another new toy. I got fucking Final Fantasy for Nintendo Entertainment System.
Wow.
Yeah.
FF1.
Hell yeah. It's a fucking relic of the past, and I loaded up the game
No,
to make
I've-
sure it was still working.
I've never played NES Final Fantasy for the same reason I hadn't played NES Dragon Quest,
Yeah,
which is
same.
everybody's always like, oh, it's harder and grindier, and you can just play the Game Boy Advance version.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
what
I
I've
do.
always done.
I do plan on playing the Game Boy Advance version like all the way through. I don't know if I'm gonna finish this one, but I already had Dragon Warrior, so I'm like, if I'm gonna have like old RPGs, I should get Final Fantasy, right? And
Makes
like it's not
sense.
that expensive. And I loaded it up to see if it still works, and the fucking save file on there was like the 4 characters on the game from like the previous owner. Their names were like John, Ur, Gay, and Cock. Those are the 4 characters. Look at this motherfucker. Ah, help me. I'm not a monster. The spider's curse, it made me this way. I beg of you, in here, find them all, the gold ones, the cursed spiders. Defeat them, quickly. And when you defeat them, don't forget the spider token. It contains the spider's spirit. If you lift the curse, I'll teach you something good. Hurry, please. This is awful.
Yes, in a lot of pain, it seems like.
Yep. Gotta kill all the gold spiders to get his mask.
Think said my
Straightforward
friend
enough.
loves Final Fantasy 1 and need to tap in. It is solid. It is solid. I almost beat it when I was like 12 on Game Boy Advance. And I decided I wanted to complete the bestiary because the game has basically every monster you've encountered, it logs. And so if you like, there's some monsters that are somewhat rare. So like if you hang out in a dungeon a little longer, you might find the rarer monsters. And like I think I had like just a few I wanted to go find before I went to the final dungeon, because like basically at the very end of the game you time travel and go to like I think the far future or something, and then you fight the final dungeon in the future or something like that. And I never went there. Like I was all ready to go there, but I wanted to get all the bestiary stuff before I went. And then I think I like let my cousin play it when we were on vacation, and he lost it or something, and like
Boo.
it just disappeared, and I never got to beat the game. And I was like, mother of a fuck. But I had played a little bit of Final Fantasy II on Game Boy Advance also, but it just like was aesthetically less pleasing. Like somehow the way they adapted it, the way they I don't know what's the word I'm looking for, remastered it, was like less appealing than the first game, and I just was like, I don't know about this one.
I haven't played Final Fantasy 2, but I have the GBA cartridge. I played a little bit of Final Fantasy 1 on there, and I'm looking forward to playing it in full, just because from what little I have played of it, it seems like it is just a knockoff Dragon Quest 3, and I love Dragon Quest 3, so I'm probably going to love Final Fantasy 1.
One was before Dragon Quest 3 though, right?
I think
I thought it
was.
went Dragon Quest 1 and 2 and then Final Fantasy.
Yeah, no, you're right. So Dragon Quest 3 is the ripoff of Final
I mean, like, the thing is, the Final Fantasy is not, like...
It's not unique.
Like, the way that they laid out the world is obviously, like, trying to be like Dragon Quest. It's just that it has way more time spent in dungeons and way more dialogue. Like, way more cutscenes and, like... I say way more, and even then it's not, like, a ton. It's a fucking NES game, you know? But, like, there's just more, like... more dialogue throughout the game, whereas Dragon Quest is like there's just a couple moments where people talk, and like Final Fantasy is like you stop for a cutscene every so often, and like that rhythm of having a cutscene every so often is much more what other RPGs have copied. Like I think the rhythm of Final Fantasy has pretty much defined the way that modern RPGs are, of like you're gonna do a dungeon and then you're gonna get a cutscene that tells you why you're going to the next dungeon, you know, and then like each dungeon is kind of its own story, kind of like One Piece actually, where like each dungeon is like its own island and there's a whole thing going on there. And like oftentimes it'll introduce characters who are dead by the end of like that chapter, you know, like it's very episodic, the early Final Fantasies. But they're just way more story driven than other games of the era. And also every Final Fantasy has like an M. Night Shyamalan twist ending. Like
that's cool.
It always like the first one they like time travel suddenly at the very end, you know, like, and then I think in like 4 or 2 they go to the moon and like there's a whole chapter on the moon, and like there's just always some kind of weird crazy thing that happens at the end. And then like 6 made it so that it happens mid game, where like there's a I don't want to spoil it, but like a basically world changing event happens like right halfway through the game, you know.
Sounds fun. Yeah, don't spoil 6 for me. 6 is like the big one that I'm really looking forward to. But I will say,
I've played a bunch of it, but I didn't actually make it to that halfway point, but I did play some of it when I first discovered emulators.
I see.
And it was neat.
I was gonna say it's.
But I was like bouncing. Sorry, I was just bouncing at the time between like every Super Nintendo game, because it was like I got all of them at once, and so it's just like, oh my god, I'm discovering all of gaming history, you know.
Super Nintendo is the best. Yeah, I was just gonna say about like every Final Fantasy having some earth-shattering plot twist is like Dragon Quest is so traditional by comparison. Like
Yeah.
almost every game I've played in that series is like at the end you go to the mysterious dark world and then kill Satan and then the game's over. It's pretty straightforward. The ultimate evil. And then occasionally, you know, if there's like a post game, if you want, you can do the optional extra hard boss fight where you kill God or whatever. I don't usually do that because I don't really care.
Final Fantasy kind of like has the issue of it changes so much in every game that like there's certain things it always keeps, but there's enough that changes that you are definitely gonna have like your favorite ones and the ones you just don't care about. You know, like.
From what I've
And
heard,
most people's favorite ones are later ones, but like there's some people who like 5 is their favorite one, you know, and they'll play 5 infinitely because of its job system or whatever. And like 5 is also just funnier and less like serious.
From what I've heard, it would seem that because Final Fantasy is less bound to its like branding or whatever, and that each game does change so much, it seems like the newest one, Final Fantasy 16, has like drifted too far, and a lot of people are just upset about it. I've seen many people in like fandom spaces online saying Final Fantasy 16 is just like, oh, it's just an action game, like it's not Final Fantasy anymore, and we don't care.
I don't think Final Fantasy has made anybody happy since 10. Because the creator left. Like, Hironobu
12 has a cult
Sakaguchi.
following.
You said 12 does?
I think so.
It does. Okay, they all. I mean, let me put it differently. Every single Final Fantasy is like tremendously loved and popular,
I see.
but not with the same people necessarily.
Oh no.
Like, because they're just so different. Like each one is it's got entirely new characters, an entirely new, like, they're not set in the same world unless you count like there's the world of Ivalice, which Final Fantasy 12, Tactics, and fucking I think like Tactics and Tactics Advance 12 and what was the other one? Fucking I think Crystal Chronicles might take place in that world also. There's like 5 games that take place in this world of Ivalice. I think 11 actually is set there too. Nothing else. So like all the other ones are like entirely their own world. They have nothing to do with one another. None of the same characters. Oftentimes they introduce entirely new systems. Like in Final Fantasy VIII, the enemies just scale and level with you. So leveling's literally pointless. Like, because the enemies just are whatever level you are.
That blows. I hate that so much.
It's very strange. Like the game has other mechanics that it wants you to be interested in other than leveling. It's just kind of unclear why leveling is even still like there if it's going to be handled that way.
Sounds stupid.
7's like known for its like system where it's about like what you attach to the weapons is mostly what matters. Like you pick up different stuff and you can create different combinations of like weapon attachments. 10 is about how you build the characters. It's the sphere grid where it's like you know, each character has like like you can build them out in different ways, and like there's certain things that are like obviously make more sense than others, but you can kind of give everybody whatever powers you want. So there's like really complicated builds you can make depending on how much grinding you're willing to do.
I see.
5 and 3 are known for the job system. Like they're just literally all different. Like what makes each one appealing is so different that like what's gonna make it your favorite you're not even gonna know until you play it. Like it's not gonna be, oh well, this one, you know, had the most interesting story. Like all the stories are fucking insane. Like they're always just, you know, twisting, turning Shakespearean dramas. Like, but it's more about like which mechanics, which aesthetics appeal to you, which characters appeal to you, which themes appeal to you. Like that's gonna decide your favorite. 10 is my favorite. But, you know, I understand. Anybody who sells me another Final Fantasy, I totally understand why that's their favorite. They're all valid answers.
I really, really like job systems, and I tend to prefer the Dragon Quest games that have those over the ones that don't. I really like being able to make my own combinations of things.
I'm not as much into the customization stuff in games. I tend to be very like, I just want to run in and hit stuff and then like see the next area.
Mm.
The longest said my favorite Final Fantasy game is Lightning Returns, and that game is crazy. I love that game. I didn't get that far into it, but like, do you know who Lightning is, or have you heard about Lightning?
I had a friend in high school who was weirdly obsessed with Final Fantasy 13. So yeah.
Yeah, like 13 when it came out, like got these like rave review scores and shit.
Oh.
And then Final Fantasy fans were like, this game fucking sucks because the first like 30 hours is completely linear, and then it only opens up and becomes like a normal RPG 30 hours in, which in fairness is kind of true of 10 also. Like, I think people had forgotten because like 10 was such a new feeling experience, like, and it wasn't quite as linear, but it is very fucking linear for the first like 25 hours or something like that. And there's like a definitive moment when the game opens up and it's just like, okay, you can fuck around and do what you want now, you know. And I'm sure 13 is the same way. But like, I still haven't played 13, but like, they made 13 and then 13-2 and the Lightning Returns, and like the story continues between all of them, but like Lightning Returns is set like 5,000 years in the future, where all of the characters became immortal, and so it's the same characters, they've just still been alive all this time, but their personalities are completely fucking different because 5,000 years have passed, and like no new children have been born, so it's like just slowly people have been dying off, but it's been the same people around forever, and like they've literally all gone insane. Like everyone in the world is insane. So yeah, that game is awesome. it's yeah, one of the craziest stories I've seen.
I remember you talking about this. I feel like you described this in your old gaming
10 years
channel.
Ago, I'm sure I did.
It's probably the one with Tom Oliver, yeah.
I haven't played it since then, but it really did blow my mind how like crazy the game was.
Z-Cyber says, I drew you as the devout, now you have to play Final Fantasy 3. Oh, we will. We both will.
I was about to read that, yeah. FF13 was canned by JRPG fans, but it got a 40 in Famitsu. That's a... Do you know about Famitsu? You ever heard of that?
I know of it, yeah.
Biggest, like, Japanese gaming magazine. And, like, they had been known for fairly harsh review scores. And the way that their scores work is that it's 4 different reviewers who each give a score out of 10. So if they all give it a 10, it's a 40. And Final Fantasy 13 got a 40 from Famitsu, which was, like, almost impossible to do at the time. So like, for whatever reason, they thought that game was perfect. Maybe it was payola, you know, maybe they were just blinded by the graphics, because something similar happened around that era where we had I don't remember if I told the story on a stream or if I just told it to you. There was a website called GameSpot.com that was like known for reviewing games really harshly. They were like the Pitchfork of video game reviews or whatever. Pitchfork's music website, also known for harsh reviews back in the 2000s. But like the highest score that they'd ever given was a 9.7 to Metroid Prime and like a 9.5 or something to Halo. It was like I remember these, like I used to study review scores, you know. So like they had never given a 10, or no, they had like really early on, they'd given a 10 to like one of the Tony Hawk games or something, but then they decided they were going to be like even harsher than that.
Interesting.
So they'd like never given a 10 until 2008. They changed their system so that it was no longer like every single decimal point, but it was like, it went from 9 to 9.25 to 9.5 to 9.75 to 10. And they changed that, and then it was 2008. They gave their first two 10s, and I distinctly remember because it was Mario Galaxy, and no, not Mario Galaxy. That got a 9.5. It was Grand Theft Auto 4 and Metal Gear Solid 4. Both got a 10 at the same time.
Wow.
And
That's
in
insane.
that time period, it made sense because just wasn't another video game comparable to either one of them in terms of breadth of both of those games just did things that hadn't been possible in video games yet. So like Metal Gear Solid 4 had for instance, it had this thing where you could control this little robot while cutscenes were going on and just kind of move the camera and put it wherever you wanted in the middle of a cutscene type thing. And it's hard to quantify. Is that good? Is that cool? Does that make the game better? How do you even? It's just a thing that is there. But there were so many things like that, so many weird little things in those two games that reviewers had never experienced, that they were overwhelmed. It was just this game has more than a game has ever had. So I understood why those games got those scores at the time, but as much as 1 year later, when other better games had done those things and also been better games, suddenly those games didn't age very well, and all the YouTube analysis videos were about the faults of those two games. I think about Errant Signal, and his early videos were about the whole subject of ludonarrative dissonance becoming popular in YouTube games criticism because of him saying Grand Theft Auto 4 has that really badly. The story and the gameplay are telling you different things, in the case of Metal Gear Solid 4, you have people like Matthew Matosis making these 2-hour videos breaking down every game and being Metal Gear Solid 4 actually doesn't make any fucking sense, and totally breaks the story of the trilogy that had been there before. And these were 10 out of 10 games when they came out, but they were overwhelming. I don't think regular people knew how to conceptualize that video games had come so far yet.
Yeah.
These people had been reviewing games since the fucking Super Nintendo,
Lapouche asks, is this Gigadonk's channel? It's both of our channel.
It's the Slime Dolls.
Yeah, it's a collaborative effort.
That's what happens when we're both here.
Where the heck is that last fucking spider? I can hear it.
Anyway, I got on that tangent because I was trying to justify why I think Famitsu gave Final Fantasy 13 that perfect score, because it was the first RPG of that console generation, and I literally think it just looked so good that they didn't know how to even it looked and sounded fucking amazing. No way to slice it. That game looked and sounded incredible. So if that was enough to blow your mind, wow, no, the game has looked and sounded this good, then you were probably truly mind blown. Tactics looks dope. They just remade that too. The Final Fantasy Tactics remake just came out. Probably the better way to play it, if I had to guess.
Okay, I got the last spider. God damn it.
I know Resident Arc just reviewed, paid by Square Enix, reviewed that game.
Someone told me I could become rich, and he gave me this mask. He said the instructions are inscribed somewhere in here, but when I went to look, I was cursed. If I had known it would be such an ordeal, I never would have taken it. Here, take it, it's yours. I got the Mask of Truth. Now I can finally talk to animals. Yay. I can cheat at the dog races. I've had enough of this. As soon as I get it together, I'm going home.
Lilith said, I am puking in the bathroom, but y'all are soothing my pain. I'm sorry you're puking. That sounds like shit. I'm getting drunk, so hopefully I'm not going to be puking.
Yeah.
I don't think so. It's been a long time since I puked from being drunk. Well, how long?
I don't think I've ever barfed from being drunk.
Never?
Yeah, I'm just really good at holding my liquor. I'm really smart. It's just a skill
What's the
issue.
most liquor you think you've ever had?
I don't know.
The most liquors.
I've gotten pretty shit-faced before.
Have you ever had 10 beers in one night?
10? No, I don't think so.
Have you ever had 5 beers in one night?
Yes.
Have you ever had 10 shots in one night?
Like an actual, like specifically shots, not like.
Yeah, like individual shots of liquor.
No.
What about 5 shots? Lapusha
Yeah,
said if Giga
yeah.
burps, we're all in big trouble.
Holy shit.
Six said I'm occupied by Silk Song and Death Stranding 2 now, but I'll get around to it. I don't know what you're getting around to. I forgot. Metroid? I don't know.
Trying to think of what needs
Silk
to be
Song
done
is
next.
the game trans femme internet is into right now. That's true, but how many of them have actually gotten far into it? Because Krona tells me it's really hard, and Krona's really good at video games. So I don't know if I believe that people are like making it. I haven't heard one person say they've beat Silk Song. I've not seen somebody say that.
I mean, it's hard, but it's like doable. I was making progress. I'm just not in the mood for a hard game right now.
Have you seen somebody say that they beat Silk Song?
No, but I kind of stopped paying attention to everyone I know who was playing it, which is not many people to begin with.
I gotta find out, because now I'm like thinking about it, and I'm like, damn, that's kind of weird that I haven't heard of somebody. Like, surely people have beaten it. Like,
Oh, sure.
surely there were people who beat it day one. Like, gotta be.
Some people just have that ravenous hunger for Hollow Knight content.
Hades 2 just came out also.
Nice.
Decipher says, I will stream Hades 2 if people want me to. I was playing Hades for Nisa for a while. I don't mean publicly, I just stream in the Discord.
Yes. I was
I've
present
never
for a
really
few
seen
of them.
Hades 1, and I know it's like the best game ever made or something, but I haven't,
It's really good. It's really good and really gay.
I think the reason I haven't played it is that I've played Bastion and Transistor all the way through, and like I know it's not the same, but like Bastion was like everybody was like this game fucking rules, it's so amazing, and I thought it was like literally a set like the epitome of a 7 out of 10. The most like yeah, it's fine experience possible. And then Transistor was a lot more interesting, but still just like not really my type of game. It was like I beat it, and I felt like I would enjoy this more if I like spent time with it and got good at it. If it was my type of game, you know. But it's not, so I'm not gonna do that. And I looked at Hades, and I was like, I don't generally like roguelikes, and I haven't loved their games before, so I don't see any reason to think this would be my game. Other than that, it's like everybody's calling it the greatest fucking game of all time. So I should probably check it out at some point. Now that it's old and nobody cares anymore, I can give it a look. Now that there's a whole sequel. I think you're a girl in the sequel though, so maybe I'll play that one.
Yeah.
All the new games, it's always a girl in the sequel games now.
Yeah, just like Ghost of Yodi.
Yes, and I was literally sold on that today because I watched the Donkey video on it.
Yes,
And I had
also
tried-
watched that video because you posted the link.
I did not hear one thing about the game until watching that video, and then I was like, oh, you're a girl in this one? I'm playing this. Like,
Yeah.
because it looks even prettier. Okay, like, so the Horizon games when those came out, like, all I saw was what the main girl looked like, and I thought, she looks kind of lame. I don't know about this. But then, like, later on, I saw footage of what the world looks like in those games. Like, that world looks fucking beautiful. Like,
Yes.
I'll play this game to go into that world. But Ghost of Yote, main girl seems like a hard-ass, crazy fucking samurai bitch, which sounds awesome. And then also the game world is, like, the most gorgeous thing I've ever seen in my life. So, yeah, I think that game probably made for me. Be a hard ass Japanese samurai chick with no tits, running around fucking slicing shit in a pretty place.
The specificity of no tits.
You really don't got no tits.
It's a key feature of the game.
I
play games to escape reality, and I'm already flat-chested in real life, so I don't think I'll be playing this game.
in my project on Metroid, I do talk quite a bit about Zero Suit Samus and my feelings about them tittying up Samus like that. Kind of unnecessary. How do you feel about Zero Suit Samus? You're a Metroid fan. What do you think about Zero Suit Samus?
I
just
like
in
the
general?
porn, but I don't like it in universe. I don't like that Zero Mission turned her into like a pretty anime petite woman. I miss Super Metroid when she was like tall and ripped. That was way cooler.
Okay, I totally agree with you. But you said you like the porn, so you don't dislike the design at all. You just don't like that it's Samus.
I think it's a cute enough design, but yeah, I think the old Samus was cooler and fits better for the type of narrative that Metroid is.
I don't even particularly like the design, which probably hurts it even more for me. Like I don't find her attractive, and the fact that all of the Metroid illustration, porn or otherwise, if it's Samus outside of her suit, it's gonna be Zero Suit Samus because they canonized it, you know? But she didn't look like that in the earlier games. It's totally different. Whoa, that was a trip.
I think one of the more offensive design changes was actually in Smash Bros, where they gave her rocket high heels.
Yeah, Mayday said it's weird that Samus is wearing heels in the armor. Yeah. The fucking rocket heels are ridiculous.
Always bothered me.
Which, they're fun to use.
Yeah.
It's a cool power, but it's bad enough that she's wearing a fucking Evangelion plug suit that doesn't even look as cool as the Eva plug suits. But then they strapped on fucking these garish green high heels. They don't match the outfit. They are literally high heels with boosters in them. And it's just what the fuck are you talking? This doesn't add up. They have fixed this, by the way. Metroid Dread has fixed this issue. I'm not gonna spoil it, but as far as I think that the ending of Metroid Dread implies that Zero Suit Samus is not possible anymore.
I don't know. I mean, there's certainly no Zero Suit in that game. It's just yeah.
I think because
she is mutated beyond belief as of the end of Fusion. I don't know.
So apparently at the end of Fusion, when she recombines with the SAX, she is no longer Metroid. But in Dread, they're just okay, but that's still in there, and it reactivates, and now she's Metroid again.
Yeah,
they just
Metroid.
Basically Fusion set up to do something really interesting with Samus's character, and then at the last second reneged on it, and then they didn't make a sequel for 16 years, and so the people who finally did make the sequel went, no, actually, or 19 years actually, Jesus Christ. The people who finally made the sequel went, no, she's a Metroid now. In fact, she's the last Metroid. I guess I did spoil it, but Samus is a Metroid. As of the start of Fusion / the end of Dread, the only way to save her was to put Metroid DNA in her. Which is why when people tell you that the main character of Metroid is Samus, you can go, actually, Samus is Metroid. So fucking shut your yap.
Yeah. But basically, I'm just very easily offended at every attempt to overtly feminize Samus. Pisses me off.
Yeah.
Just feels like they I don't know, they took a look at her character design and thought, this just doesn't appeal to me, a heterosexual dude, enough.
Yeah.
And I'm like, good. Die. Stop fucking with it. It was already perfect.
Yep, you're gonna love my my thing, my
Yeah.
whole thing. You've only read like the tiniest beginning part of it, but I expanded on it a lot.
I can't wait. I mean, I've loved your content for like half my life, so that's valid. You know, that's fair.
Fair, fair.
Actually,
This one's about Metroid, and we all love Metroid.
Actually, as of like today, I've seen your analysis of Perfect Blue.
Oh,
And,
nice. What'd you think about that?
I think it's probably it's easily the best anime video you've ever done. Definitely one of your best
Yay.
analysis videos in general. It was fucking excellent, and I wholeheartedly agreed with everything you said about the movie. I thought your interpretation of it was every bit as thoughtful and deep as the movie itself, which was really cool because your video seemed to be about the same length as the movie. And
It's like, yeah, almost exactly the same. I cut. The funny thing is, it would have been like 2 hours long, based on the original script. But I cut a fuckload of stuff out of it that was all just like personal anecdotes about why I related to the movie. Like, particularly stuff about like I had somebody break into my house once, and like, and a lot of it just kind of read as trauma decompression. Like, it felt like, oh, I haven't really dealt with all of this yet, so me writing about this movie let me deal with all of it. But like a lot of it wasn't that necessary to the script, and also would have been really hard to find like visuals for. So that full script version is actually on my Substack, but I think it's like pay only for Substack members. But like the final version, when I cut all that stuff out, it like just happened to be almost exactly the length of the movie, and then I like
so
maybe
cool.
cut out 1 minute of extra stuff to make it perfectly the same length.
That's so fucking cool. And it's funny because I didn't even know the movie was that short until you said so in the video. Like, I heard that and I'm like,
Right?
wait, Perfect Blue
It's
is
only
80
like
minutes?
80 minutes, and it feels it feels like a whole lifetime of stuff
Yeah.
happens in it.
It was so densely packed with information and stuff. Like, I was like, my friend Haley and I were watching it. We were both glued to the screen the whole time trying to piece together what the fuck was going on. And like, there were some moments where like I would correctly guess what was going on, but then like, you know, it's just a movie that keeps you guessing.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of a mind fuck. It really did feel like a 2-hour movie. I was shocked. No way was that 80 minutes. That was like a whole journey it took me on. I loved it,
Especially,
by the
like,
way. It's a masterpiece.
Having seen it when I was like a kid, where like I was, half paying attention and only like afraid to look at it, but parts of it are like burned into my mind. So it's like, to come back to it all these years later and find out it's like such a short movie, like it felt monumental in my head, like this big thing. And like it was originally just going to be an OVA. Like it wasn't even going to be a whole 80 minutes long. It was going to be like a 50-minute like just one-shot thing.
Yeah.
You want me to read this dialogue here?
Nah, I gotta write down these. They're like giving me information to solve a puzzle. Blue should be shot second.
Does this change, or is this just something you haven't memorized?
I do think it changes each time you play the game.
Oh. This is wild. I didn't know about this at all.
I gotta go turlet. I'll be right back.
Turlet.
Turlet.
Bring back Butch Samus. Agreed. She should be Diesel. She should be like built like a brick shit house. I'm very glad to know how many of y'all have played Metroid, because I was a little bit worried that I was going to do a big Metroid project and then find out that nobody cares about Metroid. But it seems like y'all care about Metroid, so this might go well. I don't know how much I want to say, but it'll be soon. Like you'll see this project start to unfold soon. I did a shitload of writing, but now I have to adapt it into audio, and then parts of it probably into video. But yeah, she is built like a shit brick house. in Super. Yeah, the first game it's like hard to tell, right? She just looks like a little blob. And then the second game, she's kind of like a hot girl. Like, she looks like she goes to the gym, but she kind of looks more like an Instagram model than, like, you know, jacked. And then, like, Super Metroid, it's like fucking like a bodybuilder. Like, she is jacked. And it's like, okay, that's Samus. That's obviously Samus. And then they fucking invented Zero Suit Samus, and it's just like, okay, that's just like a bimbo. Like, that is not... Like, you look at Zero Suit Samus, you're going to notice her ass and titties before you notice anything else. You look at Samus from Super Metroid, you notice the muscle definition in her thighs and abs before you notice anything else. And that's a huge difference. Synecdoche, New York, I could probably watch that now. I was literally like afraid of that movie for a super long time because all I knew about it was the YMS videos about it, and they made it seem like a movie that is so existentially frightening that I would be like wrecked if I ever watched it. But at this point, I've wrecked myself so hard just thinking about conceptually what I know about movies like that actually watching the movie couldn't be that intense. Welcome back. Alana said, I'm so invested in the Metroid lore, I saw the whole Metroid Dread gameplay for the lore. No, I mean, none of them are like that thick with lore, you know? They're all like, they're pretty straightforward games. If there was even one less Metroid game, I could not write about it to the extent that I did. Like, Dread, like, brought enough new to the table that it was like, okay, we can now look at this whole thing, you know? Anytime before that, it was, like, just short. That meow sounded like it was coming from my house. For a second, I thought you broke into my home.
Lapusha says, Trixie, have you seen the pilot for Homestuck? Did you know that Gary Always wants to pay you to react to it on stream?
Gary Always already did pay me to react to it on stream.
Hot damn.
So whenever I do my next stream that is not a gaming stream, I will be reacting to Homestuck.
I would love to be there for that because I haven't watched the pilot either.
I started to watch it when it came out. I got like 20 seconds in and I doped the fuck out of it, but...
Oh, I can't wait. I can't fucking
I'm gonna watch it. Not because it was like bad, just because like I like Homestuck. And it's... You know, like... imagine that you thought like a book was the best book you'd ever read, and then they said, we're gonna adapt it to a movie. Your reaction would be, well, I'm probably not gonna see that. Like... There's no fucking chance that's a good movie. Like, they made that Borderlands movie. My husband, Bird, is the biggest Borderlands fan in the world. He did not go see the Borderlands movie.
Yeah.
It's like, that's gonna make me really mad, you know? Like, it's not gonna make me happy. It's not gonna be a good time.
Same for Josh. Josh loves Borderlands, and he almost wanted to watch the movie just to see how bad it was, but, yeah, no, it's just not.
Has he been playing 4?
No.
Really? Why not?
I said there was, I don't know, some like controversy, like one of the developers being like just acting like a chode and being weird, so he didn't want to pay full price for it, so he's waiting for a sale or something.
Okay.
I don't know the details. I'm not a Borderlands player.
I can see that, but he should totally play it. It looks. From watching Bird, because he's been obsessively playing it since it came out, which is like 3 weeks ago, so, you know, he's already beaten it 20 times or whatever, but like, farmed every boss for hours and hours on end. It looks way better than all of the other ones. Like, just watching him play it, I'm like, damn, this is easily the most I've ever wanted to play a Borderlands game. Like, just because, like, Borderlands 3... was like basically just like they ripped off the aesthetics of Doom 2016 so hard that it's hard not to look at it as this is just Doom but worse. Like
Yeah.
like, because Doom has like the perfect mechanics for a shooter game, and like
Interesting.
Borderlands is built to be a different thing. Like, it is not meant to be the ultimate first person shooter. It's like the ultimate like mind numbing like it's just Diablo with guns. Like, that is the point. It's, do you want to play like a Phantasy Star or Diablo like type of a game where it's just like about killing lots and lots of enemies and bosses and like farming and getting different guns and like building your loadout? Like, it's a loadout game, you know,
Yeah.
but with guns. So like Bird loves it because he loves guns and he loves loadouts and he loves like watching videos about every different type of fucking weapon that exists in the game, every type of build you could possibly make. Like, he'll be watching those videos while playing it, you know. And like Borderlands 3, to me, like watching it from the outside was like, okay, I get how this, like, I understand that the appeal of this is all the Borderlands stuff, but just looking at it, it looks like you're playing a shittier version of Doom, you know. Borderlands 4 doesn't look like that. It's like its own animal because the guns just do so much ridiculous, crazy shit where, like, the whole battlefield just becomes, like, stuff's just happening everywhere. Like, just random shit's bouncing around, and, like, you got all these fucking, like, bits around you that are shooting stuff you can't even see, and, like, just feels like you're a mobile battle station in that game. And also, it's really colorful. Just super duper colorful, which is nice. Which makes me want to play it. More than the other ones.
Yeah, I've given some of the Borderlands games a try, mostly Borderlands 2, and it's just not my flavor of game.
Yeah, Bird was hugely into 2. 2 is really beloved, especially for the writing, but 4 is like... 4 is probably the most, like, subtly written one. Like, it's way less, like, loud. Because 3 was unbelievably loud. Like, I couldn't stand being in the same room as it, because Bird would play it all the time. And, like, not only is it just, like, constant gun noises, but every enemy would be talking all the time. Like, they show up, like, oh, I'm gonna kick your ass! And then you blow them up, and they're like, oh, my ass was actually kicked! And then, like, at the same time as that's happening, you've got people talking to you over your comms, like, constantly, and just... It's just noise, 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 and I'd walk into the room and I'd be like, I can't even think, like, in the room with this game. 4 toned that aspect down significantly. Like, the enemies aren't constantly, like, speaking, so it's less annoying.
It's like kind of a trend with some modern games, like AAA games, just having constant noise. Like, there has to be dialogue all the time so the player doesn't get bored. Like, I turn that shit off usually if there's an option. It's like, oh, you're just like roaming around the open world. You need something to listen to. No, I don't. I can provide my own entertainment.
Said, isn't the dialogue and humor really annoying? I guess it depends who you ask. Like, 2... So 2 is in its own unique way because it was written by Anthony Birch. And if you don't... So there was this YouTube show that I thought was hilarious called Hey Ash, What You Playin'? And it was Ashley and Anthony Birch. Anthony Birch is like a games writer, and Ashley is a voice actress who is their brother and sister. And it was them and their dad, and they did like a sketch comedy show about video games, where like usually the idea is that Ash is like just this like chaotic brat with like a very baby voice, and the brother is like games writer, you know, like a games writer trying to convince his family like why the games are cool and deep, and the family don't care, you know. Like, the sister's just like, I want to commit violence, and the dad's like, I also want to commit violence, you know. And like the brother's just like the nerd with the games, you know. And he had also done some like games analysis videos in the very early days of like pre-YouTube that are pretty solid. He had one that's about like why you should play Metal Gear Solid 3 at the highest difficulty, because like it actually forces you to engage with game mechanics you simply wouldn't even realize exist otherwise. But yeah, the Hey Ash, What You Playin' series is really funny. It was an influence on me. I tried to do my own version of it with Shade, but it didn't really work out. We did one Castlevania Aria of Sorrow video that you can find, and you'll be like, oh, I see what you mean. This is a terrible attempt at doing Hey Ash, What You Playin'. But yeah, then they got hired to do the Borderlands games, and so they did Borderlands 2 and I think pretty much just 2, and like the other games that followed 2 kind of tried to copy the writing style of 2 because it had been so successful, but they weren't quite the same. You know, it's like somebody trying to copy what somebody else was doing that was like barely not too annoying. You know, like it's a hard aesthetic balance to tread of I'm going to be as annoying as I can be without it being too annoying, because all it takes is that one extra step to be too annoying, you know. And obviously some people will find it too annoying either way, but I think Borderlands 2 is like on treading that edge of it's annoying but it's funny and it's annoying on purpose. And then after that point, like they couldn't quite copy it right. And 3 is just like really annoying. But more so because it's loud, not because what they're saying is annoying as much as just that they won't shut the fuck up ever in that game.
Yeah. I collected all the pieces of the code that I need to get in that secret room, and the pattern I have written down now in my notebook is yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, red. I'm upset.
C-Cypher said, what amazes me about the Borderland games is they were all like cringe when they came out. And I think that is part of the point. Like, I think they're for people who embrace like that level of cringe, you know? Because I don't think they're intended to not be cringe. I've always taken... I mean, they're called Borderlands because they're about borderline personality disorder. That's the actual truth.
Oh.
I think those games are like the representative BPD aesthetic games. Because there's something about like constantly watching people explode into like tiny bits, like serious hardcore violence, and like no one's taking it seriously whatsoever. You know, like it's definitely a little jarring. And Tiny's Tina also fucking sucked. Bird and I played like 1 hour of that, and I think he might have beat it, but he probably doesn't even remember himself if he did.
I am but a lone Dragon Quest enjoyer in a sea of Borderlands enjoyers, and I'm horrified every day. Every day I wake up, I'm surrounded, all I see is Borderlands.
Border. Same thing true for me, though. I see Borderlands constantly, and it just sounds like a chaos of gunfire. But at least it's not a bunch of voices mixed in. Well, and because also, you gotta remember that not only does Bird play the loudest video games, but he watches stuff while he does it. Like, he always has his phone playing like a show while he's watching it. So it'll be like the most turbo-violent game and some turbo-violent show like happening all at once. I'm just like, oh my god, this is so much. He just watched Solar Opposites all the way to like being caught up. And that show is also like pretty fucking violent.
I see.
Not bad though. Not Have you ever seen Solar Opposites or heard of it?
A little bit, yeah. It was fine.
It was the other Justin Roiland show.
Yeah, the space aliens.
Have you seen that? Because, you know, he got kicked off of it, just like Rick and Morty. So, of course, they had to replace him. And they replaced him with a British guy.
Oh, what the fuck?
They were just, like, when he shows up, he's like, yes, this is my voice now. Yes, it's jarring. I don't care. It's a terrible British accent, but that's kind of what he sounds like.
That's really funny. I'm not sure if I have to repeat this event to get this next mask. I'm like Googling it now to make sure.
I definitely think Solar Opposites got like more wholesome after Roiland left it. Just from overhearing Bird watch it, like it got more like cute and good. He likes it a lot more than Rick and Morty, but he also doesn't really like Rick and Morty that much.
Okay, yeah, I have to save the old lady again. God damn it.
I gotta find like a show to love.
Yeah.
It's It's been a long time since I've watched a show and like really loved it. I never finished Atlanta, which was like one of my favorites. I've seen the first 2 out of 4 seasons, so maybe I should just finish that. But
Oh man, I think I really enjoy the vibes of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Like that's one of my more recent like, you know,
mm,
like falling in love with the show. And like I bought the
yeah,
whole show on DVD so I could watch it on like my CRT in here. And it looks great. It's just it's really hard for me to commit to watching any kind of show by myself. And doubly so when the show has episodes that are like 45 minutes each. And then
yeah.
sometimes there's a two-parter, and it's like, oh god, like that. Am I gonna commit my whole evening to watching Buffy? Because Buffy is like, it's great, but it's like, it's great in small bursts. I don't really want to binge it, you
You
know?
just gotta calculate how many evenings we have to like, because it's
Yeah.
got to be a certain number, right? Like 60 evenings or something. 1/3 of a year where every evening is Buffy.
Yeah. Because like I mean, I've been doing that. I can easily do it with a video game. If I commit myself to a game, I can easily come home and play a game every night without even thinking about it. It's just like, oh, it's time for video games, and I put on the game that I have been playing lately. It's just not like that for
Lama
TV with me.
says Buffy is the inspiration for the TV glow. I didn't know that.
Is it?
The movie? Interesting. I know it's where Drowning in Footwear comes from. Endless Jess's channel before it became Endless Jess.
Huh. I didn't know that
Because
either.
there's a scene where a character gets like knocked into a like shelf or something and it drops a bunch of shoes on him and he goes, "I'm drowning in footwear."
Buffy's really fun. It's that it just tickles that
Good old
like
Jossie Wassy Weedo.
I love stuff that's just a little bit over the top, like not annoying shoving in your face like Borderlands, but something that's just really cheesy and goofy, but like the
Have
characters
you
take it
seen Dr.
completely
Horrible's
seriously.
sing-along blog yet,
Huh?
Krona? Have you seen Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog yet?
I don't know what the fuck that is.
You gotta watch that. It's so Joss Whedon wrote one of the earliest net series. It's like 5 or 6 episodes that are pretty short. The whole thing's like a 90-minute movie basically when it's all put together. But it stars Neil Patrick Harris, and the idea is that Neil Patrick Harris is a supervillain called Dr. Horrible that has a vlog, and like it starts off as just like Neil Patrick Harris vlogging into like talking into a webcam like me right now, like for 10-15 minutes, and then like it becomes a musical movie, like elaborating on the things he's talking about in the blog,
I
um,
see.
with like a dark, tragic plot, but super memorable songs and everything. It's a nerdcore classic.
I see.
The villain is what's his fuck? Firefly, the new Green Lantern, in the new Superman. I mean,
Yeah, I have no idea what that guy's name is.
God damn it, he's in like every TV show. Nathan Fillion, that's the one. It's Nathan Fillion versus Neil Patrick Harris. Really good show. Becomes a musical within 5 minutes. Yes, yes. Everyone in the chat is agreeing that it's a hood. Twice and Z Cypher both twice started typing just to be like, "Yo, Dr. Horrible sing along blog." Did I really hear that? Z Cypher says it's a long blog during the writer's strike. Okay, that makes sense. A writer's strike, we should say, because there's been a few of them at this point, but this was like 2010. 2010. Was it 20? God, it might have been even old. It's old. Like it's old now because I watched it with Ghost Lightning when I went to see him in the Philippines, and that was fucking 2009, 10, 2010, 11. Two 2009 sounds right. Yeah. Lexi Lowell said, "I got stoked. I haven't thought about sing-along blog in years." Yeah. It's one of them. With my freeze ray, I will stop the world. That's the first song. It's really good. Dr. Horrible just wants to get with the cute girl that goes to the laundromat next to him. That's why he has to do all of his evil. And a whole tragedy unfolds where this shy man is just trying to get with the girl, but his foolish ways of going about it make him Dr. Horrible. It's cute. I guess I'm mostly recommending this to you, Krona, because I know that if you sing the songs from Dr. Horrible, everyone will love it. Like, I'll love it, and I know everyone else will love it. Like,
Okay, that makes sense.
as soon as we hear Krona singing these songs, our hearts are all gonna melt. We're gonna start throwing money at you. It's the only way I can explain it.
Sounds wonderful.
You've got the voice. You have a very Neil Patrick Harris kind of voice, I think.
Why?
Yeah, because he kind of sounds like what's his fuck that you also Bo Burnham, that you also sound like. You've got a real well. I guess I should just say you're good at voices, like you're good at imitating voices, but voices you've had a lot of time with, obviously you're gonna be the best at.
Yeah.
I think your Bo Burnham is pretty spot on.
I don't even like try to impersonate him when I do. I just naturally copy his cadence when I sing his songs. Like
He's in your range for sure.
it was when I sang the Welcome to the Internet song.
Oh yeah, welcome to the internet.
Have a look around. Anything that brain of yours can think of can be found. We've got mountains of content, some better, some worse. If none of it's of interest to you, you'd be the first. That song is peak.
Yep, we're gonna have to hear you sing the Freeze Ray song once you learn it.
Okay.
The people are gonna be waiting with bated breath, frozen in time, if you will.
Okay. You say so. In the meantime, I'll just have to sing silly songs with
Get
Larry.
Josh to watch it with you. I think he'll like. It's a class. It is like legitimately something everyone should see because it was the first time. It was the first time that like internet culture was acknowledged by a mainstream like writer. Like, I don't think it was before Lonely Girl 15, but it like literally is that old that's the closest comparison of like someone writing something that. Do you know what about Lonely Girl 15?
Is that the fucking vlogger?
Yes, but the idea was that she, like, it was a vlogger, but then it turned into like an ARG where like
Yeah.
she's vlogging and then like a storyline happens, and then it turns out that like the whole thing was a written piece, and like it was never really a vlog. It was always like a written thing, and like. It's weird to think of that as like abnormal because I feel like tons of people have done it now. She was just the first one. But like Dr. Horrible is like, it's not like pretending to be real. Like everyone knew it's Joss Whedon, Neil Patrick Harris, obviously, you know, but like it is, you know, it is real in as much as in universe Dr. Horrible really has a blog, you know, like the show's not trying to convince you that Dr. Horrible's a real person. It's just that it's like the first time that a piece of media incorporated how vlogging is done into it, you know, where like 5 minutes of it is legitimately Neil Patrick Harris pretending to vlog into a webcam, you know, and then it becomes a movie. But nothing like it ever had existed. Now we got fucking Ice Cube's, do you know what I'm talking about? Have you heard about this new Ice Cube movie failure that everyone's making fun of?
No? What?
Oh god, shit. What's the name of it? The Day the Earth Stood Still? I think that's the one. No. What's the fucking sci-fi? There's like a sci-fi movie that's been remade 1 billion times.
No idea.
War of the Worlds. That's the one. The War of the Worlds. You've heard the War of the Worlds, right?
Of course.
So there's a new War of the Worlds remake, but it's Ice Cube. And the entire thing is that Ice Cube is like, he works for like a government surveillance, like, I don't know, chapter. So like, the whole movie is him on a laptop. Like, it's the screen recording of his laptop, and like you could see him in, like, he's FaceTiming people and stuff. So like you see him in his own webcam, but the whole movie is set on the desktop. So it's like Ice Cube opening up different windows and like seeing stuff, and that's the movie. This came out like a few months ago, and everybody's been panning it as just like the worst film ever made. Like, it has a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's got a bunch of videos, like, you know, making fun of it and just going through it. I'd recommend at least watching a video about it. It's pretty. I'm realizing as I'm describing it, it's hard to describe what makes it like so bad and so funny. And if you look at it, you'll be like, oh God, like. Why did they think this was a War of the Worlds movie idea? Like, why did Ice Cube sign on to this?
Sounds
Ice
wonderful.
Cube has totally lost his mojo. He put out an album last year that was fucking ass. I don't know what's wrong with Ice Cube. His taste is dog shit these days. Come on, Ice Cube. You're like the most important, should be the most important rapper ever. And instead, he is totally washed up right now. So it's a sad place to be.
How do you feel
Putting it
about
out
this
there,
mask?
Ice Cube. Work on that. This mask is terrifying. It looks like you're in some kind of leather daddy, like, S&M shit. Or, like, what even is this? Why is it so fucked?
It's the all-night mask. It prevents you from falling asleep.
Oh.
It has exactly one purpose.
I feel like they didn't work as hard on the design of this one, but also it's creepy as shit.
Yeah.
War of the Worlds brought to you by Amazon. Oh boy.
The low-key horror of the all-night mask. You know, as far as TV shows go, I mean, Josh and I are always talking about, like, what are we going to watch next? We have, like, a good old backlog built up. Like, we started Daredevil. We haven't finished watching Daredevil yet. We want to watch Peacemaker at some point, because we've been told that the new episodes are really fucking good.
It's really fun. The second season opening theme is by the band Foxy Shazam, which is a longtime favorite of mine.
Nice. Lately, we've been watching, like, as of, like, a few days ago, we started watching Stranger Things, because I brought it up to Josh as a curiosity, because I was like, yeah, I used to like that show, like, 9 years ago, and now it's gonna end. Like, Stranger Things is ending at the end of this year. Like, New Year's, I think, is when the final episode drops.
It doesn't come out all at once anymore.
No, they, like, release it in chunks, which pisses me off to no end, but that's why I never finished season 4. But anyway, I haven't seen the show in a long time, and I barely remember it, so I asked Josh if he was into it, and he was like, sure, it's October, why not? It's a spooky show. And, like, from episode 1, he was absolutely fucking hooked, and we've just been binging it really hard. All hours of day when he is both awake and not at work, we have been watching Stranger Things, and we plowed through the first 2 seasons really quickly, like, more quickly than we've plowed through any show. And it's kind of fascinating to me, because I thought the show was pretty solid in the first season, though it had, like, you know, it has some very cheesy writing in, like, a bad way, like, just like, I don't know, like,
All I know about that show is that Drake should not have been hanging out with that girl.
Yeah, there's just some, like, how do I put it, like, bad Marvel movie dialogue, like, I don't know, lots of scenes of everyone talking about, like, okay, here's the plan, and then they all figure out what they're doing, and they're talking about it like it's this really complicated thing, but it's like, literally all they're saying is, we have to close a portal. But then they do the whole generic, like, over-explaining, like, well, you see, it's like there's an acrobat and a flea walking on a tightrope. The flea can go underneath the tightrope, but the man cannot. Okay, so we're the man, and the monster is the flea, and the tightrope is the upside down. Yes, correct. Now, how do you get to the upside down if we're not a flea? Okay, well, here's what you do. And he takes the piece of paper, folds it in half, stabs it with the pencil, and I'm like, did he really do the fucking pencil thing? I don't know. But, like, the show has a lot of redeeming qualities, and, like, I can see why it was, like, so successful. I can see why I used to like it so much. It's like season 1's legitimately good. It's just like a fun mystery thriller. Like, it's well paced. It's like every episode leaves you wanting more. They always end on that, like, exciting note of, like, what's gonna happen next? You just have to find out. And then we just binged season 2 at the same pace.
Honestly, Everything you're saying about it and everything I've ever heard about it, it seems like a show that would just make me really mad.
It would make you
Like,
fall asleep. You would not give a fuck about it at all. The writing is way too, like, it's too see-through, like, it's too obvious, and I don't know, just like, it feels like it cuts too many, like, shortcuts, you know, like, every character is able to logically piece together exactly what's going on, even though what's going on is extremely illogical, and,
I
like,
see.
I remember on my first viewing, they figure out exactly what is happening with the parallel universe and everything, and I wasn't even sure if that was, like, accurate. I'm like, are they sure about that? Because that's kind of a weird conclusion to come to. And then yeah, at the end of the show, it's like the end of the season, it's confirmed. Yes, this is exactly what it is. They know, they understand it. They understand the rules of all this because they just the children, the 12-year-old kids pieced it together. Like, that's a bit of a stretch.
I don't like shows that are really plot heavy.
Yeah.
Like, if there's a lot of people explaining why things are happening, I'm like, I literally don't care why it's happening. Just show me the thing.
Well,
the
good parts of the show are all the parts that aren't that, which is like the emotional core. Like, because that's what made season 1 good, was that it's about a little boy who got kidnapped and they're all trying to find him, and the mom is losing her goddamn mind, and the kid's brother is like sad and trying to stop their mom from losing her goddamn mind, but she's actually like right the whole time, like she's not crazy. But so it's like, it's a fun dynamic to see play out, and it's like, you know, it's intense. There's like some good drama in there, and the kids are really cute, and it's fun to watch the kids go on their little Scooby-Doo adventures while trying to solve like an actual abduction case, you know, like. But then season two is just so much worse. Season 2 was like,
just real quick, Lexi Lull said the cozy 80 vibes are on point, and that's what make people overrate the show. That's specifically what's turned me away from it, because like,
it's like fake
I was
80s
born in
vibes.
1991, but like, I have always hated the 80s. Like, my entire life, I regarded the 80s, like anything that is an 80s aesthetic, I've always just thought it's like the most tasteless, trashy, fucking like just garish. Not like, I hate 80s aesthetics. So like, I don't like music from the 80s. I don't like movies. Well, there's some movies from the 80s are good, but like, I don't like music from the 80s generally. Like, most of the pop culture from the 80s is like really cornball, schmaltzy, like just god awful trash. That like, the whole 90s was a deconstruction. Like, all the 90s pop culture I grew up with was like a rejection of 80s culture. So it's hard for me to look at it and not be like, yeah, okay, this is like the shit that everything I grew up with was making fun of, you know?
I mean, like, I like movies and stuff from the 80s, but it's like, I don't know, like, the way Stranger Things does it is so superfluous, and like, anyone who actually lived through the 80s will tell you the way it is represented in the show is not accurate at all. It's just the showrunners being like, we like 80s movies, and we're gonna put a bunch of movie references in the show. So it's all like really surface level stuff. It's like, oh, like Jonathan has an Evil Dead poster on his wall, but like, no, I don't think any high schooler had an Evil Dead poster on their wall. It's in the 80s, especially that Evil Dead poster that is exactly the same one that I have that I bought at Disc Replay, and it's like distractingly obvious. Like, they just went to their local video game store and bought a bunch of posters and used those for the set.
Hilarious.
It's so fucking funny. Like, I think in season 3.
Wait, hold on. Are you planning to read this story? Is that why you've paused here?
I'm just going on. I just wanted to like go on a rant about Stranger Things because it's funny. I don't know, because like I have to keep justifying this by being like, the show is fun. Like, it is a fun show to watch. It's enjoyable. It's just like, there's lots of silly things in it that stand out a lot, and it's more fun to just shit on that stuff than talk about what the show's actually about. Because what the show's actually about is like not deep. It's the kind of show that like you watch it and you're like, this is fun, and then once you're not watching it, you're not like thinking about it anymore. So yeah, like all I want to say about it is just how fucking funny it is, because the second season is like all fluff. Like, they had no idea what to do with the actual story. So like, I could see you enjoying the second season more than the first, just because it's so slice of life in the beginning. Like, it's just kind of like, oh, what's everyone up to now that the plot is over?
I can't see enjoy. I don't watch slice of life shows anymore.
Oh, okay.
Like, that was me as a teenager. You know, like, I just don't watch shows. Like, it's
Yeah.
been so long since I've enjoyed a TV show. That's why I was like, I gotta find a show I would like. Like, what kind of show even would I like? I don't know. Like, it's been an eternity. I mentioned Atlanta because it's the last show I can remember liking, but that was in the 2010s. Like,
Yeah.
I can't remember a 2020s show I've enjoyed. Lilith said, "Evil Dead, didn't it flop on release?"
I think
Yeah,
so.
probably. Alien. It would be like having an Alien poster in their room. Like, nobody saw that movie. Like,
Yeah. There's
second
also
one, people.
there's like a Jaws poster in the background on the same set, I think. Like in season 3, just because season 3 happens to take place in 1985, they decided that they would have like one of the characters works at a theater now, and the theater is playing Back to the Future, and there's like a scene where they have to hide from someone in like a crowded theater, and like it shows everybody standing up and applauding at the end of Back to the Future, and it's like so funny.
People didn't do that back then.
Like a
Yeah,
circle jerk.
stand up applause things. I think that's like a newer movie thing.
Well, I have seen anecdotally some people have said that that was the first time they ever saw people applaud in a theater was Back to the Future, because that movie was so fucking fun. It's like a roller coaster, but I don't know if that's anecdotal.
That was like, to me, that wasn't something I saw in the 90s. That was
Yeah.
something I started seeing in like the 2000s. So like to me, it's like
Yeah.
a newer thing, you know. But maybe I could see it being the case that people were. I know it's always been a thing at like film festivals, which is so weird. When you read about movies on Wikipedia, it'll always say something like, and then it received a 13-minute standing ovation at Cannes. And you're like, 13 minutes? People stood there clapping? Like, because at some point you realize that they're doing it like to make a point. Like, they're trying to clap as long as they felt the movie, you know? So like, but literally, if you go on Wikipedia's for different movies, it'll tell you the number of minutes the standing ovation was. It'll always be somewhere between 10 and like 30 of like how the hell, like, you have to be real determined to be like, I gotta show them. I'm gonna go for at least 15 minutes for this fucking movie, you know? Like,
I definitely started noticing the applause thing more and more as the MCU started to catch on. Like right around, because like the first Avengers movie had everybody laughing their asses off. It's a very like laugh out loud kind of movie, and then there's like every Marvel movie after that, people got more and more like into it.
I think Civil War was the height of like the pop off in the movie theater like culture of like people,
Yeah.
oh, like hogging in the seat kind of shit, you know?
Yep, I remember seeing Civil War in the theater, and there weren't that many people in the theater with me, but I could clearly hear what they were all saying at the screen. The fucking elderly people around me all fucking pointing, saying out loud, look, it's Stan Lee, look, it's Stan, so you see, hey, that's Stan Lee, look, it's Stan Lee. I'm like, I know, we all know who he is. I don't know why you're all acting like this is new or exciting. You're all
You
like
see Stan's
60, what the
fucking
fuck are you
hologram
doing?
at fucking Comic-Con this year now? Stan's been brought back to life. He's been Necronomicon. He's been fucking necromized into a goddamn hologram now.
It's so disrespectful. I'm so sick of that shit. Like,
Well,
oh
like
my
in the
God.
last year's life, supposedly the people who were looking after Stan Lee just like totally took advantage of him because like dementia set in and they just basically had him like do as much shit as they could get him to do before he was gone as possible. Like, all right, Stan, come do this, and like he literally didn't know what he was doing. He's all right, okay, you know, like
Yep.
yeah.
They hoard that man out for every penny they could squeeze out of him.
And the fact that we even know that means it must have been like particular, like unstoppable. Like
Yeah.
somebody was seeing it happening and told the rest of the world about it. It was like, how do I do something about this?
Disney
None of us
cannot
could
be
find-
stopped. They're a force to be reckoned with. This is why I came to the conclusion that Rogue One is the worst Star Wars movie. They started this shit with the fucking CGI dead actor playing Tarkin. The like actor is long dead, and like for like a character that's not that important, they decided to like pull a whole like Weekend at Bernie's thing and like to parade his corpse around on screen for like extended periods of time. Like, look, isn't the effect so good? We made a dead guy come back to life. And it's like, this feels wrong. Like, no, it's fine. We got blessing from the dead guy's family. And like, What was the blessing? Was it a check? Was it like a check for $30,000?
I'm realizing you don't know this because you're not into hip hop, but this all started with Tupac.
Oh,
You know who Tupac is?
I've heard the name. Know of him.
He's probably the most important rapper of all time,
Okay.
but he was really, really popular in the 90s. And basically in the 90s, there was this beef that was hyped up in the media between East Coast and West Coast rappers, where it was supposed to be like basically the managers of both Tupac and another guy named Biggie Smalls. Both of their managers really tried to hype up this idea that there was like a big gang war going on between East versus West, and then they got their guys killed. It was almost definitely their own label managers who got it done, but they got Tupac and Biggie killed knowing that they could just like sell their discographies in perpetuity because they were super famous already, you know, they like owned the rights to their shit. So in the late 90s, Tupac and Biggie both got killed. It was this huge travesty. The whole nation, like, you know, big dramatic news story, kind of created like the modern era of hip hop. And only now are like the guys who did it kind of not so much being held accountable as like everybody knows. Like it's only now that everybody's like, oh, it was obviously their labels. It was obviously P. Diddy and fucking Suge Knight who like organized this, you know. I forgot why I brought up Tupac.
Because I was talking about bringing dead actors back to life with special
Oh,
effects.
yeah. They brought Tupac back as a fucking hologram for like Coachella in like 2008 or 9. Like even before Hatsune Miku was a hologram.
Jesus
Like
Christ.
Tupac was the first hologram performance. And like I think they had
Ugh.
Snoop Dogg up there with him who was like kind of friends, like label mates with him, but not like his fucking family or like, you know, it was like a very everybody was like, I don't know. You know, I don't know if we need Tupac back. Yeah. That's why there hasn't been another hologram concert, is that it wasn't taken that well. Tupac was the first, but yeah, movies ran with them.
I'm so disgusted that it's being like normalized again to like just use special effects to bring back dead performers. Like we have to parade their corpses around like this. It just feels so fucking macabre and weird, and I feel like people aren't disgusted enough about it. Like it was like they did it in a Star Wars movie and it sucked, but like everyone said, wow, that's like the best Disney Star Wars movie because it had explosions in it. So now they're just gonna keep fucking doing that forever.
Let me put to you a different argument though.
Okay.
Let me put it to you on a different way though. How long before it's okay? Because like a lot of movies have dead guys in them, right? Like we make biopics about dead people. We make we make historical fiction. We talk about people who have died and depict them in movies all the time. Like how long is long enough, you know? Now, like, making a hologram of the person feels different because it's not an actor pretending to be... Like, there's a separation when it's like, you know, fucking Alexander Hamilton is not Lin-Manuel Miranda. We know those are two different guys. One guy's pretending to be the other guy. It's, like, different. But, like, I don't think anybody would be weirded out by a fucking Hamilton hologram. We wouldn't be like, that's disrespectful to Hamilton, you know? Like,
it's just the context that matters, right? Like, to me, there's a world of difference between... Like, say, like a movie like Oppenheimer, where you have an actor portraying Albert Einstein. It's like, who gives a fuck about Albert Einstein? But, like, just as an example, it's like, that's one thing. That's like an example representing a historical figure. Versus, like, a Disney Star Wars product, like, tastelessly using some dead guy. Or, like, a better one, a better example of how heinous this has gotten is Ghostbusters Afterlife. Have you seen that movie?
I know about the CGI recreation of Harold Ramis.
Yeah, like, he doesn't talk or anything. They didn't have an actor standing in doing mocap for it or anything. It's just a CGI ghost of Harold Ramis that shows up at the end of the movie. And he, like, stands side by side with the other Ghostbusters, and then, like, they have a long scene at the end of everyone crying and taking turns hugging him while he doesn't say a word. And it's so fucking creepy. And there were a bunch of like middle-aged men who grew up with the first movies, and they're saying like, "Oh, I cried at the new Ghostbusters. It was so amazing, such a tearjerker." Like this feels like to me it's disrespectful on a whole other level, because to me it's not like it's like it's all of us joining hands and mourning the loss of this wonderful performer. It's, you don't know this guy, he wasn't your friend, he's not your family, he's like a symbol of like a thing you like that has now been whored out by Sony as like a shitty, like an inferior product. This is nothing like the old Ghostbusters. It's not even a comedy anymore. Like, this movie is weird and saccharine. It's just like it's like a circle jerk about Ghostbusters. The whole movie is just, remember how awesome Ghostbusters was? It's just like the most embarrassing like context to resurrect a dead actor in. Like, on like every level, it's fucking weird and wrong. And I'm sure it made $1 gazillion at the box office.
It definitely did. Ulamu said, talking about Tupac Shakur, rest in peace to Asada Shakur. You know, I did not know nearly enough about her until now that she's gone, in spite of having heard her referenced many times in rap songs. Have you ever heard the name Asada Shakur?
No.
I'm not going to try to tell her story because like I said, didn't know it that well. She was a black revolutionary from the 70s who was considered as like a terrorist in America, but basically she fled to Cuba and was able, like, at the time Castro was in charge, but like Castro basically was like, yeah, fuck America, you can stay here. And she has managed to stay on the down low in Cuba until now, her death at like 78 years old.
Oh my god.
But she's considered like one of the most successful and best like revolutionaries of all time. Like, just one of them. Like, when people talk about like important black revolutionaries, she wrote a couple of books as well that I should probably read, but like, she is the like survivor, you know, of the 70s black revolutionary period, and referenced lots in hip hop.
I
So
see.
I would definitely understand lots. Also, she was the godmother of Tupac, who we were just talking about.
I was gonna say, I think this name is familiar now that you've explained it. I think I did actually hear this name recently, where it was
Yeah, she just died like a couple days ago, so people are
Yeah.
definitely talking about her.
Yeah. Well, it's because of that, and also like, I don't know if it was like her birthday or something, but they said like some important date relevant to her was like the date that that new movie came out, One Battle After Another, and that people were kind of pissed
That's funny.
because the character in that movie is not comparable to the real life revolutionary at all.
Right. Yeah, she's like a failed revolutionary, right? Or like sells out her.
She gets all her friends
a
killed.
revolutionary who sells out.
Yeah. Yeah,
I've heard a lot of talk about that movie. Haven't seen it, but
Yeah. I watched it in the theater and thought it was pretty fucking great. And I heard some more perspectives on it, and now I don't know what to think.
very interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny that you, since discovering FD Signifier and watching all of his videos, I feel like now your YouTube algorithm is going to slowly start to resemble mine more and more, because he's like at the pinnacle of that algorithm. So it's like, if you start watching his videos, the stuff you're gonna get fed is gonna be the stuff that I watch.
Yeah. Lapusha asked us if there was a new show that was Stranger Things like, but it was set in the 2000s. How would you want the 2000s to be portrayed?
Oh.
I've actually thought about that before. Like, I have thought,
Interesting.
I've been thinking about this lately, that if I made my own
Naruto,
like movie, I would want to
ramen
set it in the
noodles.
2000s, and I would make it my own like nostalgia blasted Stranger Things-ified version of the 2000s. I would not represent the actual 2000s because the actual 2000s were annoying.
Yeah. To me, the difference between the because like, having lived through both 90s and 2000s, like 2000s was when I started to see like stuff outside America be talked about in America more, like where I felt like in the 90s we had a lot of like Japanese media like Power Rangers, but like nobody was talking about the fact that it was from Japan. Like, it felt like they were trying to disguise that, you know. But by the end of the 90s, because we had the internet and like there was just so much print media and like so much culture to learn from, it became a lot harder to ignore the like globalized aspect of things, you know. And then after the September 11th attacks, like even if you were really prejudiced against the Middle East, you still learned a lot more about the Middle East than you would have fucking known otherwise, you know? Like, so there was just like way more of this sense of like America's involved around the world and we got to know things about around the world to live in America. I feel like the 2000s gave us a lot of that. So it was like a culture of like people who feel very, very white bread and American, like being, oh, I'm trying something foreign for the first time. Like that was the 2000s all over the place.
Yeah.
What's these chopsticks? Like, I can't imagine there's like a lot of Zoomers who don't know how to use chopsticks, but like millennials or older, it's like, whoa, what's this? You know?
I'm not good at it, but I did learn. The first time I ever learned the technique for holding chopsticks was the bonus features on my Kung Fu Panda DVD.
Awesome.
I think my like movie version of the 2000s would just be doing the Stranger Things thing of like just ignoring the political turmoil of the time and all the like Islamophobia and all that cringy shit, and I would just try to highlight the parts of the 2000s that were nostalgic and fun because I was a dipshit child at the time. Just like,
fuck that. If I was going to make a show about the 2000s, I would only have Islamic characters living in America dealing with prejudice. That would be the show. Hard ass and nothing but the truth.
That shit sucked. Like I remember, I just remember it being so acceptable at the time to say weird fucked up shit about Muslim people. It's just like my dad or whoever just being like, oh, you know, I wouldn't trust a guy who looks like that just in case he has a bomb, you know. I'm like, Dad, no, they're not gonna have a bomb. What are you talking about? He's like, well, I don't know. I mean, you never know, right?
That is exactly the times. That is exactly the kind of thing guys are saying then. Like, I mean, obviously, literally it was because you're saying it happened. But I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I remember it being like.
Yeah.
I remember a time where like, so before all that happened, like in the year 2000 was when my mom became the world's biggest fan of the band System of a Down, they're all of Armenian descent, which is, you know, in the Middle East. They look Middle Eastern. Obviously nothing to do with Iraq or Iran or anything, but like, or Afghanistan. But like at the time, it was literally the racism against anyone from the Middle East. Like, if you looked that type of brown, it was like fucking game over, you know? And there was a time where I was like at the dentist office not that long after 9/11, and like my dentist is sitting there like, they should deport all of them Middle Eastern people.
Ugh.
And my mom was like, put it to me, and like, you know, I'm 10, I have no idea any of the context of this, but I remember my mom saying to me, if it was up to him, System of a Down would be deported. And like, that was enough for me to understand, like, okay, this music I listen to is from these people who are from this other country, and like that country is from the same area as like the people who are from there look kind of like the people from here, and this guy can't tell the difference. Like, it put all of racism into context to me at that moment of like, oh yeah, this guy would literally, even though that band has nothing to do with Afghanistan, he would want them deported on just the basis of they're from that area. And just, you know, Middle Eastern people, just put them all back there. Like, that was the mentality of the time. Like, fucking nuts. Like,
the more
people who grew up in America being told to, like, go back home. And they're like, I'm from LA, you know?
No, the more I'm thinking about it, if I made a movie in the 2000s, I think those issues would be represented, but they would be like 10-second gags. I would not center my whole show around that or my whole movie. I would just make it like I would just occasionally rub it in your face that like, oh, remember this is set in the 2000s? Then I would show like, I don't know, like someone watching TV and they're like watching like the first annual Game Awards ever, and it's all the gratuitous shit with the ladies with big boobs coming out and doing sexy dances. It's like, yeah, gamers, bros, am I right? Like, or just, I don't know, I'd have someone casually say something like really racist and everyone like nodding their heads in agreement with my main character just staring at them like, the fuck, dude? Like, I don't know.
Guilty Gonk said Toonami, nu metal, and pro-war propaganda are the three big things I remember. I remember I grew up in such an anti-war household that like, to me it was only like constant anti-war like I won't call it propaganda, but that is what it is. You know, like System of a Down, Green Day when they got on the American Idiot shit. You know, like.
Yeah.
That was the stuff I was listening to at the time. So like my household was very like, fuck this war, this is evil, this is bad, like.
Lapusha
But-
said, I don't want to see any movies set in the 2000s where the protagonist is white, cis, and straight. I mean, hypothetically, like, this is only, like, semi-hypothetical to me because I do want to make movies. Like, since I started making YouTube videos, I'm like, I just want to make, like, short films and shit. Like, I just want to do that. So this is, like...
You have a really good, like, just sense of pacing and shot composition, which is, like, the most important thing.
It's really fun. I like I made that meme dysphoria video, and I was like, I just want to make movies. Like, I watched it with Josh, and like we watched Back to the Future, and just the rhythm and pacing of like the way they can say exposition in that movie and make it fun and exciting and silly. So I'm like,
you gotta
oh
start
my God.
watching. Like unironically, you have to start watching DIY movie making channels because
Yeah.
there's a lot of YouTube about like Corridor Crew type shit.
Yeah.
Like
It's
those
like,
guys built a huge brand off of making
Yeah.
just home movies, you know,
It's like
but better.
I want to do that. Like one of my favorite movies of all time is that Steven Spielberg thing. What the fuck is it called? Meet the Fablemans.
I have heard the name, but I don't know anything about it.
It's sort of an adaptation of Spielberg's like upbringing. Like it's based on his like experience growing up. So the main character is like this kid. You like watch him grow older over time and experience like drama with his family and like him getting bullied at school for being Jewish and all this other shit. And it's like he is a filmmaker. Like he grows up like innovates and invents filming techniques on his own and is like obsessed with movies and stuff. And you watch him evolve his art form over time, and I absolutely fucking adored his journey in that movie and the way that he impacts people in his personal life with his movie making. Like, I don't want to give it all away, but like my favorite scene had to be he makes a movie for the school. Like they ask him to like, oh, film this like big thing for all the seniors, or they're going to the beach and having a party, and make a little short video out of it for the school. And he shows it to everyone. And this kid who's like super anti-Semitic and shitty to him, who's like the big bully or whatever, the bully is portrayed in like a glorious light in this short film because he just got so much good footage of him like looking cool and hanging out with everyone. So he kind of looks like the protagonist of the thing, and at the end everyone applauds for him and everything. And as he's leaving, like the main character's leaving, this bully comes after him. He's like, what the fuck was that? Why'd you do that to me? He's like, what's your problem? He's like, are you're mad because I made you look good? And he's like, you made me like some kind of hero, like everyone thinks I'm this golden thing, but I'm not. And he just freaks the fuck out and like has a mental breakdown and starts crying in front of him because he feels he realizes he's a total piece of shit compared to like how other people see him. And I don't know, just stuff like that is so like it's like mind breaking.
Yeah.
It's like there's like this raw, palpable like emotion that comes from like performance and making art and shit. Like I love shit like that. I love like filming techniques. I love the creative process of piecing together this puzzle of like, I know what I kind of want this thing to look like, and then I find my way there, and then seeing the way it, you know, the effects reverberate throughout like everyone who sees it and everyone they share it with. Like,
That's the part that I like so much.
yeah,
The effectiveness.
because I never have any idea how people are going to react to anything I do, and my gut instinct is to assume no one will care, because when I was a kid, no one cared. I am consistently shocked when people compliment a thing I did, because I just never believe anyone will care.
I got past that feeling, but it's different now because it's now a matter of you can care all you want, but like, is it actually doing something for you? Because like, there are people who like love my content, but they're like miserable, like their life sucks, you know? And I'm like, well, my content's not too, like, sure, you love it, like I'm glad it's helping you in some way, but like it's not fixing things for you. Like clearly You know, and it's not that it's my job to do that or anything, or that my content necessarily could, but you know, like I there's an extent to which just the fact that people like it or care about it is like not as impressive, because I realize it's not that hard to make people like or care about something. Like there's a lot of people who are really desperate to like or care about something, and if you can just get something for them to like or care about into their purview, they're going to, you know, like if there's something that is possible for them to like or care about, they're going to latch onto it. And that might not even be healthy for them. You know, like it might not be the best thing for them to do is to actually get into your stuff, but that's where they're at. And like most people aren't thinking about whether it's good for the other person at all. Like most creators are just collecting money. They're like, I make the content and then I get the money. They're not thinking like, does this make my audience better people? Does this make their life better? Does this help them make money? You know? And if you're not thinking about that stuff, you have way less longevity, because your audience will literally burn themselves out. Like if your audience is a bunch of fuck ups, guess what? They're all going to be dead, you know? Like there's literally artists who have suffered this, of like people who get famous for being like the moment, where like they're on all the drugs, they're on all the lights are on them, you know, and like their whole thing is like they're just making the bounciest, loudest, newest sound. And then like 2 years later, either they're dead or all their friends are dead, you know, or fans are dead. And like their career just doesn't go anywhere. And then they spend all the money and they're broke again and they're a normal person. And like, you know, to have a kind of longevity requires that like what you give to your audience keeps them capable to give back to you, keeps them wanting to give back. Like if you treat your audience like shit, like me, they're gonna run away. You know, if you keep going like, hey, you're not allowed to have your beliefs or else fuck you, then sometimes you want that. Sometimes you're like, you know what, I'll take having no audience because most people suck. But you know, you just got to know what you're doing. Got to be doing it deliberately.
Yeah. I just like Latusha saying, Giga, you will make a movie. YouTubers doing it all the time. It's like, I definitely want to. The only thing really stopping me now is just the lack of people. I'm kind of stranded out here. It's like...
It takes a lot of fucking people to make a movie, unless it's literally like a movie written to have no one in it, you know? Like if it's a movie where it's just you, really hard to write more than an hour of a script about just one person. Actually, if you get over like 20 minutes and it's not an analysis video, it's tough.
Yep.
Like
been trying.
That's why I write analysis videos. They're really easy to do by yourself. You could do a 12-hour analysis by yourself and it doesn't feel weird, like that it's one person. But anything other than that, it gets really weird.
I think this is why, like, all of my videos, people will categorize them as video essays, just because that's like the closest thing to what they are that we understand collectively.
Because it happens to be that you're by yourself in them. I definitely think your latest one is a short film. Like, it's very thematically driven. You know, you could call it a... Well, and also I will say that conventionally, video essay did not used to mean, like, heavily scripted video. It used to mean that you, like, collected a bunch of clips and created something that feels like an essay out of the clips. Like, a traditional video essay could just be a bunch of clips from movies and no commentary, as long as it made a point. And, like, that's what video essay meant before... I don't even call what I do video essays. I call it analysis videos, just for the record. So, like, if you do what I do, that's an analysis video, you know. What you do might be more of a video essay than an analysis video, in the case of, like, I can't remember the fucking name of it.
Personally, I would not call any of my work video essay. I'd say it's either...
I would call them art vlogs.
Yeah.
To me, you are an art vlogger. But that's also a term I made up, so...
Yeah.
Art,
I like that
art
term
vloggers
better.
includes Bo Burnham, Endless Jess, and you, and not a lot of other people. A Lillian is an art vlogger, and she doesn't even appear on video. They don't even... I don't know if she's... They, them. Probably they, them pronouns. They don't even appear on video. So, like... But... What's the difference between video essays and video analysis? Analysis is literally just describing what something is to you. Like my videos are wall-to-wall text, you know? Like I have done art vlogs. Like some of my videos are art vlogs. You can tell when you're watching. The last one I did was Create Space for Rage. If you go watch my video, Create Space for Rage, that is not an analysis video. Like, it's not analyzing anything. It's not breaking anything down. It's just me doing weird shit and saying stuff and, like, building a theme, you know, for, like, 90 minutes or something. That's an art vlog. Endless Jest did art vlogs. Krona does art vlogs.
Is ContraPoints
Video-
an art blogger?
She's a video essayist and closer to an analysis channel. Like, she's closer to what I do. Because there's, like, the slightest bit of artistry to what she does. But it's mostly just her ranting at a camera. Like, she's got a cool set, you know, but there's usually not, like, a storyline. There's not, like, there's not an emotional catharsis. You know, your video had an emotional catharsis.
Yeah.
Your video had an arc. You went through something. You had a character you were playing in the video. Concha's just playing herself. She's not like a person who's experiencing the arc of the video. She's just her, you know?
She has like
So
some
she's closer to
videos
me.
where she like plays different characters, but it usually
That's true.
It still takes the format of like her in different costumes talking
Yeah.
at the camera. It's not really like there's
And those
it's like
ones
you said.
are more artsy, but I still wouldn't call them art vlogs. I would call them I would still call them video essays. Like, or even like something more different than that. Like they're kind of their own. The ones where she's arguing with herself are really truly their own thing, you know? And like that's closer to like those videos where it's Phoenix Wright characters arguing with one another, like scripted by one person. That's like that, you know? Like we'll call that what's the word for when you're obsessed with yourself? Narcissism core. Those are narcissism videos. It's where you've decided that rather than arguing with another fucking human, you can just represent all of humanity and every viewpoint within yourself. That's narcissism core. It's not a actually good format. It's like you're trying to make yourself look smart by making yourself look stupid when you do that kind of format.
That might explain why she doesn't do it anymore.
Yeah, probably. I have to pee again. You can maybe continue the video. Okay, we've had it on pause for like 45 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? We'll talk to Grandma here in the hotel.
Oh, Tortoise, did you finish helping Father? Then let Mother read you a story. Which story would you like to hear?
The story about the carnival.
The carnival's almost here. It's good for you to learn its meaning. It's a little long, but I'll read it with some enthusiasm.
Each year, the season of harmony begins when the sun and moon are in alignment, paying homage to the way that both nature and time are tirelessly in the process of progressing. The Carnival of Time is when the peoples of the four worlds celebrate that harmony and request fruitfulness of the year. For ages, people have worn masks resembling the giants who are the gods of the four worlds. Now it has become a custom for each person to bring a handmade mask to the Carnival of Time. It is said that if a couple united on the day of the festival and dedicated a mask as a sign of their union, it would bring luck. The centerpiece of the carnival is the clock tower, and on the eve of all the festivities, the doors to its roof are opened. From atop the clock tower roof, a ceremony to call the gods is held, and an ancient song is sung. All of these festivities for the Carnival of Time are held so that we may ask the gods for a rich harvest in the year to come. Narcissus did nothing wrong. Dude gets a bad rep, but he was just minding his own business.
When does the clock tower roof open?
On the eve of the carnival.
You did a good job remembering. That's the boy I'm proud of. I'll give you some candy as a prize.
I got a piece of heart just for that. God damn. Do I get another one if I hear the other story? Bring her food.
Oh, Tortoise, I've already had lunch.
Grandmother, I am Anju. A tortoise was my dad. And you haven't had lunch yet.
I've already had lunch. Now be quick and take that away.
Not eating is bad for you. Please eat.
Didn't I say that I already ate lunch, Tortoise? Impossible, child.
Then don't eat my food. I give up.
Phew.
Phew.
Would you like me to read your story?
You got back just in time to witness this ugly old lady pretending to be senile so she doesn't have to eat this woman's cooking.
Is it really bad?
Apparently.
Damn, she's so cute, but she can't cook.
Yeah, that woman Anju will be part of a big side quest that we're gonna do in the next stream to, you know, before we do like the finale or whatever. We'll
I
probably-
definitely remember that
the game.
Anju and like the Keaton Mask kid are
Yeah,
like the
Cafe.
ones that have like the story, like the ones that the
Yup.
one that people are like, this is the one.
Yup.
This is the Majora's Mask story. Like,
Yeah, it's like if you wanted to ignore the side content in this game, you would be missing out on a lot, especially because of those characters. Guilty Gong says, Krona, you did such a good job with Doug Walker in your last video that goes beyond just teasing him for being weird. Legit, that took talent to apply such a particular character like that. Thank you. Yeah, I really wanted to like come at it from a
Agreed.
nuanced perspective because I feel like just shitting on Doug Walker has gotten so old at this point that like I've been ready for a long time for people to take the narrative around Doug to the next level of like if you're gonna criticize him or whatever, like can we just like make it more interesting? It just feels so
most of the
lowbrow
people
at
who
this
have
point.
criticized Doug Walker have like a fraction of his talent. Like, realistically speaking, like,
It's not even that.
yeah, his videos are fucking like his videos are bad in terms of like if you're like thinking about, well, I could put effort into this in that area and it would be better in this in that area. Yeah, but like that wouldn't make it a better video though. Like what makes it a good video is him, that he goes, "Hoo-wah!" and like you don't do that. Like you don't have it in you to do that, you know? Like he does. That's why he's the GOAT, like at what he does. You will never be a better Doug Walker than Doug Walker. You can't.
I don't.
Unless you're, I mean, Krona is the closest thing we have to a better Doug Walker than Doug Walker.
Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm coming at this from a very different perspective because I just think Doug Walker makes bad stuff. I think his videos suck.
They are bad, but that doesn't make them not great. Like,
What?
I'm really sick of people acting
Explain.
like stuff that's popular isn't literally good because it's popular. Yeah, it is literally good because it's popular. Like,
Okay.
you don't like it, you think it's bad, and you're right. It is bad, but it's also literally good because it's working. Like, you
Okay.
can't say it's bad. You have to say it's bad and it's good. Like, it's good in this way, it's bad. It's good for these people, it's bad for these people. You know, like, Morgan Wallen's literally good if you're fucking some MAGA weirdo. Like, I'm not. So for me, it's unlistenable garbage. But, like,
I see.
it's not literally bad music. Like, that would be goofy to say because there is literally bad music. There's music, like, no one can listen to. That not even, you know, no matter how good its heart might be, its heart might be in the right place, but it's unlistenable, you know. But, like,
I think if
you
there's
know.
anything Doug is good at, it's picking the right subjects to make his videos about. Other
I
than
think
that,
he had
I think he
he
does
had the right
basically everything else
energy.
wrong.
he was in the right place at the right time. He
Yeah.
had the right energy. He had the right subject matter. He had the right gimmick. Like, I'll remember it so you don't have to is literally genius. That is like the best idea. Every time I hear that phrase, I'm so mad it wasn't me. I'm like, oh. I watched Doug, like, when I think about when did I watch Doug Walker videos, I've seen 3 of them, and it was all in 2007. Like, that's
Goddamn.
as much as I've ever seen Doug Walker, like, actually watched his content. I've seen dozens of videos about his downfall.
Yeah.
Literally dozens.
That's kind of what I mean is when I say like I'm ready for the conversation around him to move on. Is I'm just sick of the format of video where someone says, "Did you know Doug Walker made bad stuff?" And then they just go through a shitty thing he made, and they go through it like beat for beat, describing everything that sucks about it, like he does in his own videos.
Guilty Gonk put it perfectly. He's one of the most unironically charismatic people out here in his own way. And yeah, like, and when you compare him to everyone who he hired, he's more charismatic. Like, the reason none of them ever lived up to him is that they all sucked more. Like, he was just way more high energy, way funnier. Like, everyone else was trying to be knockoff Doug, and it's like, well, just do your own fucking thing. Don't do his thing worse. Do your own thing. But like, everyone just did a shittier version of Doug Walker, because AVGN was putting real effort into his videos. You couldn't do that. That would take real effort, you know. Not until JonTron did somebody try to actually do AVGN with more effort, and then he put too much effort in, and everyone went, John, what are you fucking doing? We don't need a set. That's not the point. Like,
oh my god.
it took a while for people to figure out how to do this shit just like naturally. But I think we're there. Like, I feel like we're in a space now where YouTubing is just a skill set that people just, like, it's not even like something where you have to dedicate your whole life to it. It's like a thing people can back pocket have as like their second, like, yeah, I do YouTube, you know, like, I've had a channel with a few 100,000 subs, whatever, you know, like, there's like literally millions of people that have had more than 100,000 subscribers at this point.
Yeah.
So, you know,
It's kind of wild.
it's crazy.
I'm shocked all the time when I see my numbers going up, because I don't know. Like I said, I just don't expect people to care. So when I do like a 1-hour live stream that I didn't think I was that energetic or really good during that stream, and then I wake up the next morning and see it has like 500 views because the algorithm pushed it really hard, and I got like 8 new subscribers, and I'm like, really? That got me 8 new subs? Okay.
You're gonna keep you've got a ways to grow.
Yeah.
Like, I think you're, in a way, I like where YouTube is at for you right now, because I don't think you're going to suffer what my channel has suffered of growing above your actual how much people care. You know what I mean? Like, my channel clearly have way more subs than how many people give a fuck. Like, I don't think that's going to happen to you, because I don't think that happens as much anymore. I don't think people sub channels like just randomly. I think people are like way more...
Yeah.
Like, the people are way more likely to watch a video and not subscribe unless they've seen like 5 videos they care about or something, and they like start getting it in their head, oh, this is a person I need to like pay attention to, you know?
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. Let me know what y'all think about that, actually. Chat, how do you handle subscriptions? Are you different about it from how you used to be?
Alright, I'm gonna read this old lady's story.
The 4 Giants, is it? This is quite long, but it is a good story for you to hear, so I'll read it with some extra gusto. Ahem.
The 4 Giants. This tale is from long ago, when all the people weren't separated into 4 worlds like they are now. In those times, all the people lived together, and the 4 giants lived among them. On the day of the festival that celebrates the harvest, the giants spoke to the people. We have chosen to guard the people while we sleep. 100 steps north, 100 steps south, east, and west. If you have need, call us in a loud voice by declaring something such as, "The mountain blizzard has trapped us," or "The ocean is about to swallow us." Your cries shall carry to us. Now then.
What the fuck? I didn't realize the giants were like mostly legs and then like a little bit of tuft of hair covering their ass.
Now then, there was one who was shocked and saddened by all this. A little imp. The imp was a friend of the giants since before they had created the 4 worlds. Why must you leave? Why do you not stay? The childhood friend felt neglected, so he spread his anger across the 4 worlds. Repeatedly, he wronged all people. Overwhelmed with misfortune, the people sang the song of prayer to the giants who lived in each of the 4 compass directions. The giants heard their cry and responded with a roar. O imp, we are the protectors of the people. You have caused the people pain, O imp. Leave these 4 worlds, otherwise we shall tear you apart. The imp was frightened and saddened. He had lost his old friends. The imp returned to the heavens, and harmony was restored to the 4 worlds. And the people rejoiced, and they worshipped the giants of the 4 worlds like gods, and they lived happily ever after.
Good job, wasn't that fun, Tortoise? What did the people do to call the giants?
Sing a song?
That's right, but you couldn't just sing that song anywhere. 100 steps north, south, east, and west. The spot at which those giants parted is right in the middle of this very town.
The important lore dump that I got with this all-night mask. If you talk to her without this mask on, you just sleep through her whole story.
That mask is terrifying and fucking sucks. I hate that mask.
It's the only purpose it has in the whole game. You get a piece of heart from talking to that old lady, and you get a lore dump about the Skull Kid, and then this mask is now garbage. That'll be the first one I throw in the toilet at the end of the game. I'll flush it.
C Cypher said, I sub when I realize I've watched at least 2 to 5 videos I actually care about. If I have watched that many videos and none of them hit, I stop watching the channel and don't sub. Petrichor said, yes, usually after 2 to 5 vids. I feel like I probably usually watch at least 2 videos, but there are a lot of channels I'll just sub after 1. But I'm also more likely to, like, sub stuff en masse and then unfollow a bunch of shit later. Like, I tend to go on, like, because most days, if I've got, like, you know, shit to do, I'm only really watching, like, whatever's in my sub feed, or maybe, like, I'll go to the home feed to, like, find something maybe relevant to my interest in that moment. But for the most part, like, I'm watching the channels that I am subscribed to. But if I get into, like, a headspace where it's like, I need to find something new. Like, nobody's making anything right now. And then I'll, like, go find a bunch of channels and subscribe to a bunch of them. But then if, like, one of them live streams, like, way too often, I'm like, I don't fucking need this in my feed, you know? End up unsubbing them.
Oh no, don't unsub me. I've been streaming every day this week. Oh no.
No, you're not even comparable to the kind of shit I'm talking about. And sometimes it could be a good thing if I like the channel and I like their streams. Some people, like, I like their videos, but their streams are just fucking boring, you know? So, like,
Hey
I
guys,
feel like yours.
in this episode of Zelda, we're gonna like.
Legitimately,
get a
no. Every
sword
time
and-
I've tuned, I have to tell you this. Every time I've tuned into one of your streams, I have been surprised how exciting it was. Like,
Really?
what was like? Because legit, the last 2 times I clicked on your stream, you were singing when I came in, and it was like I came in and you were like, "Oh yeah, I'm playing Zelda," and I was like, "All right, let's go." Like, this is clearly a fun time, you know, like. So
I was probably singing Sonic
it was
music.
Sonic last time, but yeah, it was something to the effect of I'm playing Sonic, that you were just like singing about the fact you were doing it, and I was like, yeah.
Sonic, he can really move. Sonic, he's got an attitude.
That sounds right.
He's the
Something like
fastest
that.
thing alive. He's the fastest thing alive. Yeah, that's the theme song to the old cartoon.
Yeah,
That
keep
was-
that energy up, and I think you're gonna be golden. Because it did, like, you have no idea how often I click on a live stream and it's just silence
Yeah.
for like 5 seconds, and then they go, "Oh, absolutely," and I'm like, what are you responding to? And then I click away. You know, like, if it's literally not instantly engaging, I click away. And like, every time I've put on your stream, I've been like, okay, things are happening here. You know.
Look at the paragraphs of text in the chat right now. If I just look at that and I go,
Yeah, where did all
Yes.
this come from? How did this happen?
I'm gonna look at that and
Mayday
go, yes,
said-
correct, absolutely, and then not
I did
address
read
any of
this.
it.
It's an investment thing. If someone's already got millions of subs, they'll already be all over my feed, so no need to sub them. I have a really well-honed algorithm on all the websites where, like, YouTube feeds me stuff that's, like, directly relevant to what I've already been watching. Like, right now, my YouTube subs is all hip-hop and Metroid. That's it. Like, constant. Every video about hip-hop or Metroid, I'm getting fed it right now. YouTube is like I watched so many Metroid videos that YouTube is now trying to dig up and find for me every Metroid video that exists. Like, it's interesting, like, the way the algorithm works, because it took a while for it to get there. Where, like, I was deliberately watching Metroid videos and couldn't find obscure ones, and it was like pissing me off. But then once I watched like 10 or so Metroid videos, then YouTube algorithm was like, oh, I'll look for that word in every single description that's on the website, you know. So now I'm getting Metroid videos with like 1,000 views that, you know, of course I'm gonna watch it, but I don't know who else. Well, 1,000 other people did. Kindred Corpus said, listening to you two talk for like an hour while talking to Anju's grandma was like a heightened level of immersion. Yeah. That makes sense. We made it all night. We made it really feel like you were there all night. Guilty
Yeah.
Gonk said, Trixie, you are great at putting people on that have a voice and a message, so I usually subscribe to those people. Otherwise, I'll sub after one vid I like so I don't lose them to the algorithm. I'm glad to hear that. And yeah, like, I'm always wondering if I'm doing enough because I watch a lot of YouTube and I don't promote like every single video I watch. Like at times just because I'm like not thinking about it, you know, I'm like watching a shitload of them and I'm doing other stuff at the same time. So, but I try if I'm watching a channel all the time, I try to make sure I promote some of their videos to be like, hey, like y'all should sub this too, you know. There's like a few people in Discord that I've definitely like just through the sheer number of times I will link certain channels, you know, other people end up watching it. Like Kiki, Kexke. She's my favorite. How would I describe discography reviewer? Because she'll do YouTube videos that are like just reviews of new rap albums, and those are really good in and of themselves. But almost every single fucking night, she goes live on Twitch and does an entire discography deep dive of a different rapper, and then writes a review of them, like a short, like one paragraph, but it's always like the perfect paragraph, like the most perfect paragraph to describe this rapper. You know, she'll listen to their discography with the lyrics in front of her the whole time while talking to chat. Usually only a couple people in chat. She's not that popular. Which is why I keep talking about it. I'm kind of trying to grow her audience if I can. But, like, it's usually only, like, 2 or 3 people in the Twitch chat. But she's live, like, every single night doing a different famous rapper discography and then putting them in a tier list at the end. And the tier list is the most important part because her and her audience, their taste is, in my opinion, the most interesting taste it could be. Like the most accurate. Like no other list is more interesting to me of what rappers are like A list or C, you know, SA, whatever. The only SA. The only two rappers that are S tier on Kiki's list so far are Rhapsody and Queen Latifah, both women. So like I don't think anyone else is going to put together the same tier list she's going to by the time she's done with all the rappers, and no one else will have actually discography deep dived every rapper by the time they have a complete tier list of every rapper. But like, it's the kind of project that will go for years, and she's so dedicated to it, and literally like I said, she's probably fucking live right now on Twitch, if not like in an hour. She goes late into the night also, so I tend to watch her when it's like 2 a.m. and no one else is awake, and like all that's left is, okay, let's drop it on Kiki's stream and see what's happening, you know? What rapper is she grading tonight? But I always read the reviews and write-ups that she does afterwards. They're always really well done. Trixie, do you have any women or LGBT rappers you like and would recommend? I'll do a whole video on it, but spitting off the dome right now. Baby Mother, Gangsta Baby. That's right, they all have baby in the name. No, I'm kidding. I mean, like, almost every rapper talks about being bi. Like, every chick rap. Like, even Cardi B is like, I'm bi. Megan Thee Stallion's bi. Rico Nasty is one of my favorites. She's bi. Doechii, who I'm a hardcore stan for. I have a bunch of videos about Doechii.
Of course.
Very bi, very gender fluid in her case. Tyler, the Creator, is bi and gender fluid, so you could consider him a woman if you want. I don't think anybody does, but I will. He has a girl voice. He does on Chromacopia. Honestly, again, like so many women rappers rap about fucking other women rappers that it's almost harder to like find a completely straight one. But that's only if you dig into the lyrics like me, you know.
I gotta go toilet again.
Turlet.
The toilet. Oh dear.
Oh fuck! Who else can I think of right off the top? Cakes Tequila, another gender fluid. Cakes Tequila is to me known as being the premier gay rapper. Like he mostly raps from the perspective of gay man rapping to gay men, but he's a power bottom. So you know, like "Take it in the butt because you know I ain't a punk." It's like a lyric from him. So when I think of like my favorite, specifically any trans rappers you like and would recommend, so it's tough because there are trans rappers I think are good, but I'm not. I don't. I like. I feel like I've set myself up to put myself in a bad position of like naming people and then being like I'm not that big a fan. You know, like there are trans rappers I think are good. I'm just not a huge fan of them. A couple who are on like there's a few who are big on Instagram. So there's Changeline. I think she's really cute and I like her videos. I like the way she markets herself. I just don't think her raps are that interesting. And there's Damage with an E. Same case. They're both friends. They're both from Washington where all the trans people are, so, you know, is what it is. Not a scene I'm a part of. But aside from them, there's Backwash. She's really well known. There's trans rappers I'm personally friends with, like Mel Redgrave. She doesn't rap as much as she produces, but she has songs where she raps. So Mel Redgrave I'd put into trans rapper category. Um, Sarah Louise doesn't really rap, but she writes amazing songs. If you're not a fan of, if you're not, you know, tapped into Sarah Louise, she is not only the best producer of beats for me, but just the best musician I know. She can do any genre masterfully. She's just an absolute god tier musician. So Sarah Louise.bandcamp. Um, she is a transcendental trans musician that deserves so much more recognition than she's gotten. Um, Rhyme Kickflips. She's not a rapper, I don't think. Has she ever rapped? But she's a great musician. I'm just naming trans musicians at this point. Who else do I know that raps? I'm the best trans rapper. That's just the way it is. That's just the facts of the situations. No other trans rapper is going to live up to me on even the slightest level. I'm sorry to everyone I just named, but don't ever try to like challenge me on that. Like we can work together. I think you're all great. I'd love to work together. I'll raise the bar of your bars. But you're not, nobody's topping me as a trans rapper. You could top me sexually, but not as a trans rapper. You can barely top me as a rapper, but I'm white, so I'm not going to say I'm the, you know, head of the game or anything like that. But I'm just going to start rapping at y'all now, all right? Because she's still not back, so I assume she's shitting. I get 'em begging me to breathe, no reprieve in the flow, conceived in the smoke. When I leave, they see me float like a ghost to the most haunted hotels in the whole country. My flow country like Cleo Reed. You'll see when you need to see me. You won't believe till it's settled. Scheming like petals for the daylight. Rhyme brightly like daylight. But when I fight, I stay fighting. Bite down and I stay biting. Might frown under stage lighting. I came when you stayed to say hi to me. So let's leave behind the real and let the feeling take us under the surface. I referenced the purpose and flirted till it felt like a circus. I whisper it's worthless, but wish it could be weight of the world. I'm paid like a girl, a woman with the wisdom to whirl. Wind in my unfurling sail, and my brow curled to the sweet of your sound. Feet take a pound to the ground with them as I float upwards. Stacked shelves like upwards might delve right under your spell, and her skirt smells like squirt. Ew. What trans rapper can do that? You tell me. I wrote that. Damn, okay, so we can check out, where can we check out your music? Trial of the Golden Witch.bandcamp.com, of course. When am I going to read Umineko again? When somebody, I was going to say when somebody pays me, but I can't even guarantee that. I don't know. At some point I'll do it. I'm just not in a hurry to do it. It's not like, the way that other people look at projects as like, oh, you took a break from this, now it's gone. I'm like, do y'all not have object permanence? Are y'all fucking toddlers? Like, the thing can come back I'm alive, you know? Like, it can happen as long as I'm still here. I don't think I'm getting shot in the neck anytime soon, so I think I still have a chance. Like, it's a thing that some people have done inside of a week. You know, like if somebody gave me $1,000 and said stream Moomin Echo till it's done, I would do it. Nobody's gonna do that. So, you know, Like, it'll happen one day. There was a trans girl in Spider Gang, Isbroki. I don't know Spider Gang or Isbroki. I've seen that name before. Is Spider Gang related to like Young Thug? I know he's about spider stuff. I'm your favorite rapper? Oh, that's adorable. Thank you. It's Bandcamp Friday, actually. So if you buy any of my fucking music on Bandcamp in the next 2 hours, I will get 100% of the proceeds, which is pretty sick. Let me do some more raps since Krona's big time not here. Okay. This song's called Griffith. Get up from sitting when I'm listening to Gollywog, wishing I didn't relate to Griffith. Flicker and flame in the distance, says it'll hurt but just rip it off. Polly want a cracker, no synagogue? Well, splinter off. Here's a cough. You hear a softly shaken heart unbreaking under everything? Taking umbrage how I qualify as queen, swallowing a seed of king and drinking dreams from up my sleeve? Forget to breathe. Concede to these unyielding waves, cascading bravely over every flame. I'll put you out, motherfucker. I'll make you doubt in a drouse and with a side self-reference, another sign. I might fall down the stairs and there's an umbrella in my eye. Hey fella, hey big guy, can you keep quiet? The riot in my head is loud enough without the tough guy bullshit you just said, so I fled along into a bong rip flow like you know. Come on. No other trans rapper can do this, I'm telling you. Don't make me go fucking crazy with it.
It's true, I did
Front
fall
and
in the
back.
toilet. I have a big cat.
What are my Halloween plans? I don't have any yet, but we're probably just gonna go to Busch Gardens a whole lot. Because Busch Gardens during this time of year turns everything Halloween themed, and last year when we first started our year-long subscription was around this time of year, and it was really fun, and we went there like 7 times in a row, so we'll probably do that again. Spooky. Very eepy. I'm going to eep. Good night. We should probably wrap this up before long because it has been like 4 hours. Is there something you were trying to accomplish before we finish it?
So I was waiting for an opportunity to tell you that all we have left to do is the thing that will take a while to do, so it should be saved for the final Majora's Mask stream. I have just kind of been fucking around for the last like 20 minutes or so.
I know last time you were like, there could be like 5 more streams or something like that, but it sounds like there's only 1 more stream worth of Majora's Mask content.
Yeah, so you can see
Sounds
here.
like you kicked a lot more ass than you thought you were gonna kick.
Yeah, you can see I'm missing like 4 of the standard masks, and all 4 of those are part of the Anjou Cafe quest. So.
Oh, so it's all gonna be that quest, and then you're gonna finish the game.
Yes, exactly.
So we're basically gonna experience the true Majora's Mask on the next stream.
Yep, that's gonna be
Like the part of the game that makes everybody pog and go, "This is the best fucking game."
Yes, for sure. Handing out candy to children? What the fuck? That's deranged. No one really does.
You know, just if you do that, I have to say, go for the mid-tier candy. Because if you try to hand out Reese's, they're going to tell people. They're going to be like, they got Reese's over there. And then you're going to run out quick. And you're going to be like, what the fuck? But if you got like mid-candy, people will come by and they won't be disappointed, but they won't tell people you got fucking Reese's. You know?
There'll be that one weird
right.
fucking kid who's like, they got paydays over here. And everyone
Exactly.
goes, shut the fuck up. No one wants that.
That's the peanut one, right? Where it's just like peanut and caramel or something.
I don't even know.
They're pretty good. It's like a really salty peanut caramel thing, I think. Or is that 100 grand?
I don't know.
They're both money themed. I don't know which one's the money themed. The right money themed. You know what my favorite fucking candy is?
What?
Whatchamacallit.
The fuck is that? Is that a real thing?
It's like a It's like a yeah. Go to the gas station. You'll find it. You'll either find okay. So there's whatchamacallit, and then there's Who's What's It, and they're very similar. They're made by the same people. It's kind of like the difference between like when you get like the Reese's when they had the peanut butter lovers and the chocolate lovers Reese's. That's kind of like the difference between the Who's What's It and the whatchamacallit. But depending what gas station you go to, like if you go to 7-Eleven or Wawa, you might find one or the other. Basically, is what I'm saying.
I see.
I recommend trying it. I don't remember why I got it. If it was just like, oh, I've never heard of this, so I'm gonna try it. But I ended up liking it. I think I tried Who's What's It first, but I like whatchamacallit more ultimately. But yeah. Next time you're at the gas station staring at candy, pick up the one with the long name. It's just a long red name. It's pretty good.
I see.
I did not finish Homestuck Lapusha. I did not finish Act 666 specifically.
I have read Act
Very
1 of Homestuck, and I probably won't read more.
See, Cypher said I liked Cowtails for a while, and that was my mom's candy growing up. You ever had a Cowtail?
No.
They're pretty good. It's just caramel and cream. Like, it's like a long stick of caramel with a cream center. Like a tube of caramel with a cream center. What the fuck is happening? Are you a dog?
race.
Wait, what happened here? How did you become a dog?
Betting on dog race.
But you're just betting on that dog. You're not controlling that dog.
Nah.
Okay.
I have the Mask of Truth, which means I can talk to animals, and this dog said he felt like he could win today. I can see now that he's a fucking liar. This dog's a piece of shit.
Unless they all three at the front are about to trip up and fuck up. No, he fucking...
Well, I got 4th place. I guess I broke even.
Amazing. Yeah, Cowtails are pretty good. If you like caramel, that's the way to go. They also have like a powdery coating on them. Fusha said you should finish it, Trixie. I mean, I would start it over if I was gonna try to finish it. I literally don't remember who half the fucking characters are at this point. But I thoroughly enjoyed all of the Homestuck that I read. I think it is very, very good. But I also think that me and Andrew Hussey just have like similar sense of humor and like ideas about what would be funny to write, you know?
I thought what I read of Homestuck was pretty funny. But it was not like entertaining enough on a moment-to-moment basis for me to really stick to it.
I mean, I guess I would say if you've ever read my book Kusomega, like, there's no way that Homestuck wasn't a big influence on that just because it's one of my favorite things and I wrote it way after having read that. So, like, that would be, like, my version of a Homestuck. Or even my original light novel that, like, I wrote this in, like, a day. It sucks that I hate it, but if it is successful, it'll become an anime. Like, just the idea of writing, like, literally whatever came into my brain continually nonstop was given to me by Hussey because he had just been living that, like, Homestuck was for him a lifestyle. It was not a work of art. It was just the way he lived for like 6 or 7 years. And that was a big influence on me. Cypher said, I find it somewhat funny that things people are bothering you to finish are things I know other YouTubers I like have finished. That's always the case, but it's because people want me. They're not thinking of it as generically anybody could have covered this and it would be fine. They're thinking, I want Trixie's coverage, you know? Yeah. Which I am more inclined to be like, other people already did this, you don't need me, you know? Like, but it depends on whether it's something I really like. With the case of Metroid, like, I have watched every other Metroid analysis. I know what they all say. Mine's different, you know, like, mine's different because I've seen all the other ones and I know what they all say and I have other things to say. But like, yeah, like, I wouldn't expect myself to naturally just always be able to have something to say that nobody else was gonna have, you know, just by nature of there being a big fan base around it.
That mustard dog was like in the very back and then pulled all the way to 1st place. That was incredible.
Yeah, he really killed it.
God damn.
I didn't have the same doubts of him that I had of that first dog. He really seemed like he didn't know what he was talking about. How much do you have to win?
I don't know. I think you can get a piece of heart. Try this dog.
Seems like they're all saying that they think they can win.
Not all of them. Some of them say things like, "Ooh, I have a stomach ache."
I see.
There's one that says, "There's no way I'll lose because I'm here for my wife and child," and I just find that amusing that a dog has a wife and child.
Z-Cypher said he was updating it several times a day. More than that, though, every time he wasn't, it's because he was just making one that's bigger. Like, there were times it would just stop for a week, but then it would come back and it would be like a whole animation or like an entire game, you know? And like, it's just all he was doing for that whole time, regardless what form it took that day. But like, its form was just like whatever he thought made sense. Like, he would think, okay, here's what I did yesterday. Here's where we're at now. How do I continue this in a way that makes sense? And like, sometimes that required him to make a whole game, you know, because he needed to explore what 12 different characters were thinking all at the same time, and it didn't make sense who to write first. So what if you could just walk around and choose who you talk to in whatever order you want, you know? It's incredibly clever. It's basically using the fact that at the time Flash could let you do whatever you wanted, you know, like within a browser. So what if the story just constantly changes to whatever I need that day? And like, it doesn't, like, if you try to, like, reading Homestuck as a holistic piece of art doesn't really make sense because it wasn't written to be the best it could possibly be. It was written to be like, what do I want to do today? You know, you have to read it like it's a guy's diary in fiction, you know? Someone decompressing all of their perspective on the world, like literally all of it. All of their perspective on fiction, all of their perspective on the universe, just all in one story. Every thought I've ever had, here it is, you know? And to an extent where, like, one of the funniest things about Homestuck is how it had no modern frame of reference. Like, everything that it was referencing was at least 10 years old. Because even up to the point of Homestuck, Hussey had been just like nonstop creating for like 5-10 years and had not like kept up with pop culture. So like the biggest influence on it is Earthbound, and like Earthbound was just an RPG he'd played in the early 90s and been like, this is the greatest thing ever. And like he literally had not caught up to culture since Earthbound. Like from his frame of reference, that was like the newest cool video game he had played, you know? Oh, Trixie, about you trying to find a media to love. What about Hell of a Boss? I mean, Hell of a Boss is cool. I don't know if I don't think I can develop that level of like a... Lapusha, were you here when I was talking about how my next project's about Metroid? I'm in like the finishing stages of a major Metroid project. I'm also working on a big Dragon Quest project with Corona, but that's a different type of thing. That's more of a conversational piece. It is still like a big analysis video. It just has both of us. It's not as like, you know, written. But I feel like we say everything that could be said about Dragon Quest 1 in this fucking video.
Yeah.
Like, if someone has something else to say about the game, it's gonna come up in the comments because we said everything.
We had such a thorough, in-depth discussion about the first Dragon Quest game that
If there is
like,
more to be said, neither one of us could imagine it. That's
Going-
why we didn't say it.
it was so good that going back to like Dragon Quest fandom Discord servers and talking about it with them infuriated me because of how shallow everyone's opinion of the first game was. That they were just
gonna
like,
have to literally-
oh yeah, that's
our
like the
videos
boring one.
Like my hope is that our video will literally, like, you're gonna have to share it with those people and be like, listen, like, this is how you're supposed to talk about Dragon Quest. And, like,
Elevate the
change the
discussion.
conversation. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Because, like, what I say about Metroid is not, I would not say it's like that. Like, I actually am pretty happy with the way people, like, there are some really good Metroid analysis videos.
Metroid fans are pretty passionate and give the series its due respect for the most part.
I would say that what I'm doing is more like taking all of the stuff that exists and just kind of trying to connect it all, like, into one. It's about Samus. My project is less so about Metroid and more so about trying to create a character portrait of Samus as a person and be like, here's who she is, you know, like, because I don't feel like playing one Metroid game gives you a very, like, usually they say very little about her. She doesn't really talk. She's just a hard ass, you know, she's just a badass. And that's kind of still true. Like, my ultimate conclusion is still like, yeah, she's just a badass. Like, she is Metroid, you know. But, like, I feel like it took a lot to get to that. Like, Nintendo had to fuck up a lot for us to understand what we really wanted Samus to be. Like, they gave us a Samus, and then they gave us a fucked up Samus, and we went, no. Like, go back to what you were doing before. And then they figured out how to do that. How long are we going? We're about to cross 4 hours. How long does this dog thing take?
I'm just gambling. If you want to just stop, we can. I don't
We
care.
should probably wrap it. We crossed 4. We crossed the big 4. I feel like I feel like longer than 4 hours is too long.
Yeah, these
People not
dogs are
gonna wanna
stupid.
catch up. What's today? Friday? When should we do our next one? I'm gonna be doing stuff the next 2 days. So Monday?
Monday,
You free
yes.
Monday?
Because Sunday and Tuesday I planned Sonic streams.
And Tuesday. What are the? I know Sonic 3 hasn't been done yet, but what's after that?
So, I'm in the Discord, the group watches. I'm going to show Sonic 3 more than once. I'm gonna do
Okay.
3 p.m. on Sunday and then like 8 p.m. on Tuesday because some people live in different time zones and still want to be there. So
I
I'll
thought
just
they were
play
on
the movie
same
twice.
Day. Makes sense. That makes sense. We gotta do the. I know I haven't turned up for the first 2 movies. Maybe I'll turn up for the third one. I haven't actually seen that movie yet, and I want to. But we
It's
gotta
pretty
do the
excellent.
OVA. Gotta do the anime from the 90s.
Oh yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I watched that when I was a kid. I really loved that one.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but I watched it like 12 times when I was a kid. It's so good. That was like my first exposure to Sonic. Was that
Yeah.
fucking? We had it on VHS, and like there was one time my family had a van that had a VHS player in it with the fucking the screen that comes down.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there was more than 2 years that there was cars that had a VH because they replaced with DVDs and then
Right.
they replaced it with fucking put a stick in your car or whatever. But like, yeah, maybe like one time there was like a car that had a VHS player in it, and we somehow had that car and watched the Sonic movie in the car. It's the only thing I remember watching in the car. That and Pokemon, the Pokemon fucking one with Ghastly and Gengar and Haunter in season 1, where they go to Lavender Town.
Lapusha asking if you could love any of the Glitch shows or the Spider-Verse movies. Spider-Man is my
Spider-Verse movies are really fucking good. But yeah, Chrono's way bigger of a. You're like a Spider-Man like aficionado.
I'm a Spider-Man lifer.
You haven't really like done much with it in your YouTube persona, which is surprising because it's the most popular thing you're into, and I feel like you could make the most.
Yeah, but
I feel like you could pull the biggest audience talking about Spider-Man.
that's kind of the problem, though, is that Spider-Man is like the most mainstream thing I'm a fan of, and like it's also probably the thing I'm a biggest fan of. Like, of all the things that I enjoy, I've been a Spider-Man geek since I was like 5 years old, and I've been like ravenously consuming Spider-Man stuff ever since. But most of the people in that fandom are like people who look like Peter Parker, but so like they project themselves onto him, but they don't have anything in common with him. Like they're not really like they're just normal people, you know?
I'm going to tell you, I think you're wrong. I think most of the people who speak English and talk about Spider-Man that is the case. But like he is a literally worldwide the most famous
Oh, yeah.
superhero. But
That's
like
true.
if you go to the Philippines and talk to anybody, they know who Spider-Man is, and there's like, there's millions and millions of people there who, and
Yeah.
none of them are white or look like Peter Parker, care about Peter. Like,
Well, I mean, like
I just
Spider-Man
think
has more
Spider-Man's way bigger than his discourse. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's just like he is like one of the most iconic and popular things for sure. It's just a matter of I have the fandom knowledge, and if I talk about Spider-Man on YouTube, I'm gonna dive into fandom shit, and I don't like the
Yeah.
fandom. It's kind of where that's like my angle. Like I'm talking about like Spider-Man
that would be
fans on YouTube. I think I am not like they're not my peers, so it would be a
Yeah.
little weird to have to insert myself into that world and have those people kind of come at me.
I think you could create another universe. Like you can start the
Yeah.
Spider-Man discussion multiverse.
Okay.
And here's why I think that, because I kind of did that with My Little Pony, where like I got into My Little Pony super late. Like it was a big deal, and it came out 2010, almost exactly 15 years ago, as of 1 week from now. And it was like the end of 2010, early 2011 that like the fandom developed, and like BronyCon, the first BronyCon, was I think in 2011. And that was the one where like they had Lauren Faust there, and they had like all the bronies who anybody knew about, and like all the early brony celebrities all became friends with each other right away. So like by 2012, when I got into following the brony fandom, all those people were already like a tight-knit group that was not looking for new members. Like they were not trying to make new friends in the fandom. And most of them had terrible experiences with like real weirdos by the time I was even in it. So like 2013 was the year that my channel blew up, and the first BronyCon I went to. And I basically leveraged the fact that like I was a guest at the convention and people knew who I was, to get myself into all the rooms with all those people. And all of their mentality was like, none of us know who you are. Like nobody had heard of me. Nobody understood why I was famous. Like, because people were coming up to me the whole convention. So like they knew I was popular, but they didn't know why. Because they had all been popular a year and a half prior, and they'd all been friends for that whole time. And I was friends with Tom Oliver, who had befriended some of those people. So I could hang out with him and by proxy be around those people, and they're like, oh, that's Tom's friend. But why are they also like, why are people coming up to them asking who they are? They didn't know that, because there had not been a My Little Pony analysis thing. Like I just came in and I started doing that. I got popular, and then I made that a thing, but it had no connection to anything that already existed in that sphere. So it was like I had just created this new pocket universe inside of Brony fandom that had nothing to do with the Brony fandom that existed yet, And like all the analysis people came to know each other right away, because they all knew they were doing the same thing. So it came to be that there was like fucking 50 of these goddamn analysis channels, most of them terrible, but like they all knew each other, and they all knew they were doing the same thing. And funnily enough, like I didn't become friends with most of those people. I befriended like the musicians and the artists and the people who were, like whoever I just thought was dank. Like I just befriended whoever I thought was dank. Like most of the analysts, I couldn't stand them, and like they all buddied up, and like the 5 or 6 people doing that kind of content who I thought were good, who we all thought everyone else sucked, we became a little friend group called the Horseshoe Crew, and then that became the Procrastinators, and that was its own whole. That was how we left the Brony fandom, was 6 or 7 of us going, hey, we're better than all these dorks. Let's do our own thing.
So what you're saying is that I just need to get my own Horseshoe Crew, but for superheroes, essentially.
For Spider-Man specific, I think that
Specifically
Spider-Man is its own. There's so much Spider-Man.
It's true.
Like,
I am
you don't
more into
need to have-
Spider-Man than I am into any other like
you don't need to be a
thing.
comic book channel to
Yeah.
talk about Spider-Man. You can easily be
It's
a
true.
Spider-Man.
You can spec
Like,
really hard.
I mean,
into
you
that
could
one
literally have
character.
a whole second. I honestly would encourage a just Spider-Man themed channel, because because it'll never be irrelevant. Like
Yeah.
Spider-Man's going to exist in perpetuity. Like Me talking about Metroid is like, right now we're at peak Metroid, and like it's gonna make or break based on if Prime 4 is good. Like if Prime 4 sucks, Metroid's gone. It's back out of discourse for 20 more years, But like if Prime 4 is great, Metroid is a mainstay franchise and we get to love it forever. But like we are at the height Metroid has ever been at right now. So I'm trying to strike while the iron is burning hot.
Yeah, I'd say same goes for Spider-Man right now. There's like consistently new shit coming out all the time. Like we have it really we have it really good with Spider-Man content. Like it's generally at a really most Spider-Man stuff is really good right now. And it's like they're coming out with new shit constantly. We get like a new game, a new movie, a new whatever the fuck all the time. There's even like new stuff that's bad, that's fun to shit on. Like to answer Mayday from Space, or said, Chrono, what do you think about Paul and MJ? The Paul situation I have just ignored entirely, because I started like I hadn't been keeping up with like modern Spider-Man comics because I did not care for Dan Slott's writing like during the whole like Superior. Like I didn't care for any of that shit. It just wasn't to my taste. So I decided to dive back in when Nick Spencer took over writing the Spider-Man comics, because Nick Spencer was teasing the whole fucking time like he was going to get Peter Parker back into his roots, take this like kind of steer the narrative back in the direction that I personally wanted it to go in, get Pete and MJ back together. And then his comic book run was really inspiring in the beginning and then quickly spiraled into just boredom and just like, I don't know, kind of repetitively digging up old storylines that sucked and trying to rectify them and undo them. And it just felt like a series of band-aids, like narrative band-aids of putting on like other people's work. And it was like, whatever, this isn't really, it's not interesting. It doesn't speak for itself. And so once I heard, like I stopped reading that, and then I heard through the grapevine that like not only did editorials stop Nick Spencer from getting Peter and MJ back together permanently, they introduced a new character named Paul, and Paul is still relevant in the comic now, years after the fact. And Paul's whole existence, the reason this character is here is to cuck Peter Parker. And that I have just heard comic fans bitching and moaning about Peter getting cucked by Paul for years. And I don't want to read it because I'm not interested in the Paul discourse. I don't want to know. I already know too much. It's like cursed knowledge. So if I were to be like a Spider-Man YouTuber, I don't think I would talk about the like mainline comic books, because those just sound fucking insufferable.
Yeah, no, I would just literally any random fucking thought you had about Spider-Man, like just
I have
make
a lot.
short about.
I have a lot of thoughts on the character and the fandom, and
especially shorts. If you have shorts ideas, throw out some Spider-Man shorts. Z Cypher said, "I'm going to become a Diddy Kong Racing / Spyro / Ty the Tasmanian Tiger YouTuber." I think Spyro, you unironically would have success because it actually has like a weirdly rabid fandom. And parodies of it having a weirdly rabid fandom. There's like a really funny animations by Yotam Perel has like this character that's just the ultimate Spyro fan. He always says it's Spyro. But if you did make Diddy Kong Racing videos, I would watch all of them.
Just imagine being like this one person who's like really autistically into Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, and they're just like, man, no one makes good videos about Ty, and then like they just stumble on Z Cypher's channel that has like 50 videos just about this game, and they're like,
I'm sure there's like 3-hour-long Ty the Tasmanian Tiger documentaries probably, but I haven't fucking watched any of them.
I would guesstimate there's probably like 3 or 4 really bad completionist style videos that are cringy and boring to watch.
Yeah. Lapusha asked if did me doing YouTube analysis videos predate video essays. No, I think the concept of video essays has been around since like at least the 90s, if not even earlier. Some people consider like F is for Fake, the Orson Welles documentary, to be a video essay, and it was a huge influence on Every Frame a Painting, who has a video about it. So depending on how you look at it, video essays and documentaries are kind of like the same thing, but what I do is analysis videos. It's just where you fucking write an analysis and then you read it into a microphone and then you put footage that makes sense with it. Like And the reason I make that distinction is like what I do is not film in my mind. Like I know it is technically in the same category as film, but it's not film. Like I'm not trying to make a film. I'm trying to make a consumable version of a written analytical post, you know, like which is why I think what you do is closer to like your videos are particularly your most recent one like is a short film, you know, like I can't even think of one thing I've done that is as much a short film as that, like while still being in the realm of like an analytical video and not just like a comedy thing or something like that, you know.
You heard it here first, folks. Analysis videos are like video essays, but good. It's the long and short of it.
Well, no, like video essays are in many ways better. Like a documentary, like I said, a documentary is kind of a video essay.
I'm just trying to gas you up, B. I'm just trying to gas you up.
I was actually kind of feeling like it's like I was saying it's a video essay but worse.
Yeah.
A video essay but without all the things that make it fun to watch. It's just like listening to someone literally read an essay like that they wrote because reading is boring. Like
I don't know. I found your Perfect Blue analysis thoroughly entertaining, more so than a lot of video essays I've seen in recent memory.
well, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. I like Sorry, go ahead.
I guess I'm not trying to say that it's less entertaining, just that it doesn't use the medium the same way. Like,
yeah.
To me, like when I think video essay, I think something that is supposed to be fun to watch. And like my videos are fun. They're fun to watch in the sense that like I'm saying things that are fun to think about. Like but they're not like an exciting they're not like an emotionally exciting experience, you know. You don't go like, "Oh shit," when you're watching one of my videos, you know, like
That's interesting.
You go, "Oh wow."
Like the vast majority of video essays, for what I consider a video essay, like most of them are just analysis. Like I think of it as analysis videos, but the person is showing themselves on camera or some kind of PNG tuber version of themselves. Like that's usually what I think of it. It's just like a guy at a desk.
What you're describing to me is just analysis videos. Like when I say video essay, like what I'm saying is like literally a documentary, like a thing that, like, because the traditional meaning of it again didn't even necessarily have voiceover. Like it would just be a collection of clips from movies that, when watched together, make a point. You know, like if you watch. And supercuts are kind of in the same, like a supercut is like, okay, I'm going to take every single time somebody says fuck in a movie and like put it all in one video, you know, like that's supercut. But supercuts and video essays have a lot of crossover where like sometimes a video essay is like, okay, it's every time Nick Cage is doing something really unhinged in a movie. And like that's simultaneously a supercut, but it also tells a story about Nick Cage, and like particularly if it's edited a certain way, where like the one Nick Cage video that got famous back in the day had an escalation to it where it's like it starts off as just weird scenes, but then it keeps getting more intense, and like it's set to the song from fucking it's set to O Fortuna or whatever, like some epic ridiculous, you know, orchestral song. So like that to me is a video essay. It is illustrating a point about Nick Cage's acting, using his scenes, creating a sense of like filmicness through the way it's edited. Whereas, and I have made some of those. Like I have made traditional video essays and stuff that's like almost closer to an AMV, but it's like making a point. If you look up through my channel, like Akira's animators after Akira, there's like a video that's like 20 minutes of basically just AMVs, but it's me taking each animator and showing something they did on Akira and then showing everything they did after that. Like, that is a video doing an essay, but I don't say anything in it. You know, it's just footage and music. Whereas an analysis video is like, I'm just describing the movie, and then I put footage on top of that that is just matching what I'm saying. You know, like it's not edited to be a satisfying film experience. It's edited to show you what I'm fucking talking about, you know? And like that to me is analysis video. Lucia says, so you admit you're a video essayist. I've done a few of them. I just think that most of what I am known for is popularizing analysis videos. The type of stuff where it's just somebody like literally talking about a video game and there's footage. Like what Noah Caldwell Gervais does is to me the even more pure version, because he doesn't even try to match the fucking footage to what he's saying. He just shows footage of the game and it's like a long rambling analysis, you know, and like you have to imagine half of what he's saying.
Oh lord.
All right,
I have to
we gotta
go.
wrap this up.
I have to go like now.
Let's go. Let's end it.
Meow meow everybody.
Thank you, everyone.